Na dann mal los. Da schon.
best big game ads in one place? Touchdown. Visit today on Ad Blitz, the YouTube exclusive.
ready.
Here we go. I think we're transitioning over to make sure the stream can hear the players.
Oh, I guess I should put headphones on.
Hips.
I thought we were transitioning over.
We are. This is a transition. You're good. Tony, you're right here.
Oh, can the stream hear us?
Yeah, you're good. Live.
Oh, we're live.
Can you hear us?
I'm sitting here running my mouth. Hey, what is going on, everybody? Welcome to another episode of I'm about to say Doom and Dagger Death. Curse of Strahd. I'm gonna let the DM take over this part. go for it, Rich.
You're doing fine.
We
Tony.
just had that.
Go
Go ahead and
Rich.
dig a hole a little bit deeper.
Do it, Rich. Do it.
I'm just making sure they can hear us.
You might have to change the title.
Testing. 1,
Yep.
2.
Change the title right now.
2. All right. Ladies, gentlemen, and those of indeterminate or unchosen gender. Welcome to Curse of Strahd. The last time we were with our intrepid adventurers, they were trapped within the basement of a decrepit manor house once owned by the Durst family, who they had learned were a group of cultists and murderers. They refused to sacrifice anyone on the altar that was calling out for the death of a living creature. So, the
Cameras are
house
frozen on the screen.
responded in kind. They made their escape from the house, but not before 3 of the party members fell to their fate and found themselves surrounded in the gray mists of Barovia. Things were said, deals were struck for those 3, and they found themselves alive and breathing in this dark, damp land once again.
Cameras are frozen on stream.
Yes. The cameras are frozen on stream, Tony.
They're frozen? I'm
All
not-
but you, Tony.
Yes.
All but me.
All but you once more.
Okay, hold on. Let's see what we can do here to fix that. Probably just takes a few
Ponder-
seconds.
Upon their escape from the home and digging their companions out from the rubble, including their newly found faithful hound, Sir Gwillem, they were greeted by a man in very regal attire, enameled armor, a long cape, long black hair, very sharp features, who welcomed them to Barovia and told them that they would be able to rest freely for the night, and he had even left them a little gift over by the servant's house. Before letting out a short laugh and dispersing into mist, leaving them alone once more, the party went to the chest and found that a majority of their gear that was stripped from them upon entering this land was returned. They made their way down the road, the damp mud sucking at their boots for those of them that were still wearing shoes. And they slowly found their way to the village of Barovia. A decrepit town nestled at the foot of a mountain, mostly quiet, people milling about silently, or so they thought, until as they were walking through, chasing after a blue-wing-tipped raven, they noticed that the people that were in conversation with each other would stop and stare at the group of them with a little bit of fear, some with disdain, but mostly it was a look of pity crossing their faces as they found their way to the middle of the town square.
Here.
And they found themselves standing outside of a wooden building with a slightly askew sign that reads, "Blood on the Vine." tavern. A single shaft of light thrusts illumination into the main square, its brightness looking like a solid pillar in the heavy fog. You saw the raven fly over this building and perch itself on the rooftops, slightly shrouded by the mist around you. You look around and you see a few people pushing carts or carrying small little bundles. You see older men and women walking. You see a few young children. But one thing that you notice is suspiciously absent. Especially from the children. You do not hear laughter. You do not hear squeals of children at play. Everything is quite somber here.
Standing in front of the tavern right now.
A group of you are standing in front of the tavern. The doors are closed, but you can see light spilling from the windows. And inside, from the other side of the door, you feel like you can hear, every once in a while, the slight twinkle of laughter coming from a woman's voice.
About what time of day would it be?
Every gauge that you would use to tell the time of day, the position of the sun, of shadows, of temperature, of all of that, you look around and above you, it is one of those days where even if the sun was at its peak, the area around you is gray and shadowed and cloudy. There's such a thick overcast above you, you cannot tell where the sun is, but you can tell that it is still daytime simply from the ambient lighting around you.
Valid.
Everything is cast in heavy shadow.
Well, Tian's hungry. So, he's going to just take a step. He's going to open up the door and take a step into the tavern. Ow.
Okay. Inside of the tavern, you see that there is a blazing fire in the hearth, giving scant warmth to the few huddled souls within. You see 3 women sitting together at one table, dressed in bright, flashy clothing, bangles, their hair tied up with different ribbons and scarves, their faces garishly painted, and they're chattering amongst themselves. Sitting at the back of the tavern at a table alone, you see a broad-shouldered man with a chiseled jaw and long, almost shoulder-length blonde hair, with a very dour expression on his face, and the shadows cast from the fire within leave even darker circles around his eyes where you would be able to see this man is extremely sleep-deprived. Behind the bar, there's an older man, you would guess somewhere in his 50s. Long, heavy beard, hair, a tangle of black curls, just slowly cleaning out a mug, setting it down, wiping down the bar. And as the door opens, Tian, all eyes, except for the barkeep, look up to you.
Not something completely new to this boy. Just gonna walk up to the barkeep and ask whatever he's got to eat.
You want
Of
food?
course.
We have wolf steaks.
Tian at a bar? No way.
We have wolf steaks. We have root vegetable soup. And we have weak ale.
I will have 1 ale and a bowl of soup. Of the vegetable soup, please.
1 ale and 1 soup. That will be 1 silver piece and 2 copper.
I'll pop out the coins. I don't know if I have, a silver and copper, but I'll give him a gold and not really ask much.
He looks at it, takes a small
tired.
scale and places it on the back counter, weighs it out, and returns you the change of 8 silver and 8 copper.
Alright, thank you.
Your food will be ready in a short while. Have a seat.
Oh. Are the only people in there the 3 ladies and the guy in the corner?
Yes. Other than the barkeep, yes. There are other tables within the tavern. It is a 60-foot area.
I'll take a table close-ish to the man in the corner.
Okay, so you go over and have
one
a seat.
away.
He sort of looks up from his mug, sort of just arches an eyebrow at you, lifts the mug and takes another sip. While Tiana's doing all that, what are the rest of you doing?
I would follow Tiana in.
Very well.
The old man is holding his heart and still looking at his locket as he follows them into the tavern.
Okay.
I'm going to peek out from under my cloak, from hiding my horns, and notice half the people are gone and start looking around frantically, and then, ooh, bar, and run in.
Okay. Kaylee and Romari?
Kaylin's also gonna run inside, walk inside as well when Tian goes in.
Yeah.
Romari, one thing that I want to note since you weren't here, everyone is giving all of you strange looks. But before Helvete covered herself with her cloak, the most looks were being given to both you and Helvete. And you would notice them almost crossing themselves or making some sort of warding signs over their chest or their face whenever they passed you.
Yeah. But Rumari follows and sits when Tien sits so that they can see the whole room as best they can.
Okay. So you all walk in. Those of you that head up to the bar, the barkeep greets you all the same. What can I get you tonight?
Meat and ale, please.
1 ale will be 5 copper.
Okay. Do you have meat?
We have wolf steaks. They are 2 silver.
Okay. I'll have that.
2 silver and 5 copper, please.
I'll rummage through my pouch and pull out a gold as well.
It goes through the same slow process of weighing out the coinage, returning to you 6 silver and 5 copper. Or 7 silver and 5 copper.
Then I'll go take a seat next to Tian and just kind of like plop down, exhausted.
Okay. And they will then look to Chrysadara and Kaelin. If those two have actually headed up to the bar, or did you simply take a seat at the table?
Kaelin would have sat at the table.
Okay.
Lady Chris will, when she enters the building, she sees the brightly colored dressed women and the bartender and where everybody is, and she's going to nod towards where Tiana's sitting and move over to the bartender to ask to see if they have any wine.
Wine we do have. It is 5 gold per glass.
She's going to take out one of the platinum pieces that they received and offer it to him. I would like 1 glass, please.
He weighs out the platinum and once again returns you with 5 gold. And he takes out a very small glass, probably, you would think about half the size of a standard wine glass today. He takes an old dusty bottle from one of the shelves, uncorking it, and pours a very deep crimson liquid into the bowl of the glass, handing it over to you. If you look at the bottle, you will see that it is stamped with purple grape mash number 7 from the Wizard of Wine's winery.
Ooh, fancy.
I'm going to ask, do you have anything to eat?
We have wolf steaks. We have root vegetable soups.
I'll take a steak, please.
2 silver.
If you can just deliver it to that table over there.
Okay, have a seat. I'll take care of it. And you'll give him one of the gold pieces, and he will return you your change of 8 silver and 8 silver and 8 silver. My brain is completely fried today, guys. Sorry, it's been a long one.
A fox.
So the group of you have a seat at your table. The tavern is very quiet overall. You do hear muffled conversation coming from the 3 women at the table a little bit away from you. There is ever once in a while crack of the fire popping in the fireplace. And after about 5 to 10 minutes, the barkeep comes over, one at a time, setting down plates of food, steaks and bowls of soup to those of you that requested it. And the steaks are well cooked, almost leathery. The soup is very thin and runny. The vegetables seem like they've been soaking for way too long. And overall, this is absolutely not the fare that you had hoped for after the ordeal that you have gone through. It is not the hearty, flavorful, well-cooked food that you were used to in the taverns and bars that you have been to across the lands. The ale and the ale is very watered down and very weak. The wine, however, it is a little more bitter than you might like, almost as if it's on the verge of turning, but it has a decent strength to it. That being said, this would not pass for silver piece wine in any of the taverns that you've ever been in.
I'm going to make a disgusted face and set it down and say, any of you want this? This is hardly edible.
I was gonna
You don't have to tell me twice.
when the food gets brought out, Kaylin would probably ask for a soup and order that as well, and pay for it all the time.
And they take your coin. The soup will be out shortly.
Bring me a bottle of whatever your strongest drink is. The old man looks angry. He looks very angry, very dejected. He's almost got a gray pallor over him. He looks just upset, but he's sitting there with the group demanding to drink, and all he's going to do is just sit back and get totally wasted. You see a little bit of his eyes seem a little bit of red-rimmed and teared as he's drinking. And then he throws the glass and breaks it. Enough!
So you're saying he fits in perfectly with the rest of the village?
Absolutely. He's a crotchety old man. And that's all the old man does. Drinks and broke a glass in anger and saddened rage.
Take the glass. He brings you the same bottle of wine that he served to Lady Chrysadora. Sets it on the table with a glass next to it. The remainder of the bottle will cost 10 gold pieces.
He takes... I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about anything anymore. Just throws the money on the ground and, even more than is necessary. Just doesn't even care. Just throw it on the ground.
Completely unperturbed by this, you see the barkeep just bend down slowly, the paunch of his gut. As his shirt lifts up, he reaches down, picks up the coin, walks back over to the bar, sets the money away, and returns to cleaning glasses after the bottle of wine and the soup were brought out at the same time.
Old man just drinks and cries a little.
I must say, he sounds like he would get along just fine with Ismark the Lesser. Don't you think, Soravia? Well, I don't know. You see, at least Ismark's father knew how to run a town and didn't just sit in the back of a bar and drink all the time. And these voices you are hearing are coming from the three women at the table, and it's pretty clear that they're not trying to be quiet.
The three colorfully clothed women?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna lean over the table a little bit towards everyone else, and I'm just gonna say, I want to see what they're talking about. I'll be right back. And I'm going to get up and fluff my hair to be presentable and walk over towards them.
I'm going to take a sip of her discarded wine and...
Horrible. It's horrible.
And I'm just going to sit there holding it, trying to get it down, and with no shame, just blatantly watching what they're doing. I am not the stealth.
Once Tian finishes his soup, he's not going to go over to them. He's going to just get up and sit at the guy's table.
Okay. So, Lady Chris, you walk over to the three women. As you approach, their voices fall silent, and they all just sort of look up at you.
I'm going to say, oh, excuse me, I'm sorry to barge in, but I overheard you talking, and you seem like very interesting people.
Well, flattery will get you quite far here, but we are the proprietors of this tavern, and all we care is that you pay your tab, and you don't cause trouble.
I was curious. It said that, I glanced at the bottle of wine. It said that there was a winery near here, is that correct?
I think she is interested in the Wizard of Wine's winery. What do you think, Mirabelle? Do you think that we should give them directions? They could use a trip across the land. I'm sure Count Zarovich would be most pleased to hear about that. Well, I don't know if they are quite... As she sort of looks you up and down, I don't know if they are quite ready to travel that far. After all, these lands can be quite dangerous without the right kind of guide. But yes, there is a winery across the other end of the valley.
I see. Do you have any recommendations on someone who can potentially guide us to the right place safely?
Well, I might. as she sort of just stares at you.
Chris will reach into her very bad sounding coin purse, since she only has a couple coins in it, and pull out a few silver.
Lightning fast, you see Mirabelle, the center woman, reach out and snatch the coins from your palm, lightning quick, and before you know it, her hands are empty once more. You could probably find somebody in the village of Valaki a few days to the west that would be able to guide you, but it's a dangerous path from here to there.
Sorry, which direction did you say?
To the west.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your help. I'm Lady Chrysadara.
Thank you for your coin.
If you need anything, let me know.
Well, I don't really think there's going to be much that a traveler such as you can do for us here. But pay your tabs, eat well, drink well, cause no trouble, and you will have no trouble from us. Now, if you would leave us to our conversation, please.
Oh, of course. And she'll head over and say almost precisely what was said in the conversation to the rest of the party.
And those of you that have been watching Lady Chrysadara from your table, you would notice as soon as Chris turns her back, the three women sort of like meet each other's gaze and just give a sneer before turning their backs to you once more. Now, with that, Tian, you said you would finish your meal and you would head over to the blonde man in the corner by himself, yes?
Yeah, I was gonna take my ale and sit at his table. And,
They follow.
Kayla, you'll follow?
Yes.
Alright. So,
after a moment. Oh, sorry.
the two
Continue.
of you the two of you head over to the table and sit down. And as you do so, he sort of sits there, looking the two of you over. So, tell me, what is it that brought you to our land? Where do you come from? Because you are not the first to travel through.
I come from a decent-sized city called Iacester. It's not quite on your maps, I don't think. However...
No, there are not many things on our maps. It is a very small world we live in. I'm sorry, where are my manners? My name is Ismar Kolyanovich. I am the burgomaster of this village. What some of you might call a leader or official or possibly mayor. But here, I am known as a burgomaster.
Honored to make your acquaintance. I am Tian Quinn, Dawnbringer of the Morning Lord.
The Morning Lord. So even our gods have reached outside of the mist to those beyond now. That is quite interesting.
We call him something different where I come from, but I have gathered that here you call him the Morning Lord.
It is interesting to think that gods take more than one name, but I myself am not an entirely pious man. I sort of keep to my own and let those keep to theirs. And what about you? Who are you? As he turns to look directly at Kaelin.
Kaelin will say that she's just a humble follower of the Morning Lord, and she'll introduce that her name is Kaelin.
A pleasure to meet you. You have come at the most unfortunate time, though. You see, my father, he has recently passed away. Unfortunately, the stresses of the job and the nighttime visiting to my sister of the devil And as he says those last two words, you can see just the pure fear and hatred in his eyes. You can hear the tremble in his voice. The visiting of the devil to my sister these past few nights has taken its toll, and his heart could not handle it anymore.
I'm sorry for your loss. Is there any way that someone of my status could help?
Sort of looks you over, then sort of just turns and looks at the rest of the party. You're all together, I assume, as none of you look as if you are from here.
Yes, that's strikingly obvious the longer that I'm with them.
Well, we have a lot to take care of here in the village, but then he goes very quiet for a moment as he looks past you. And if you follow his gaze, you would notice that he is looking directly at the three women at the table. And the younger one, you hear chime in, "Oh, what is wrong? Does Ismark the Lesser not want to talk about his family matters with us here? You see, one more way in which you are nothing like your father. He was not afraid to tell anything." And you just see his shoulders sort of slump, hanging his head a bit, and you can see his knuckles are white around the handle of his mug. I cannot stand that this is the only place within the village to get a drink. Unfortunately, it was one of the few pleasures of this life, so I must deal with these hags of women if I am to enjoy a drink. Unfortunately, I cannot enjoy one in peace.
Why not? Could you not bring the bottle to your own home?
I may be the burgomaster of the village, but as you pass through, we are not a rich town, and the prices that you pay here are only slightly more than what they charge me. To buy a bottle of wine, one, it is a luxury that I truly cannot afford, and two, it is not a luxury that would be worth it, as these past few days, drinking has been the one solace that I have, and I know a bottle would not last long. I fear for my sister.
You mentioned that there are night visitors seeking your sister, I believe is what you said. What do you mean by that? If you aren't comfortable speaking around the hags, I would not mind speaking outside. For more privacy, though, this town isn't what I'm used to.
This town is a lot of things. If you know, he looks you over, he sees your holy symbol, looks at Kaelin as well, and just you see a softness in his face, and you can see age has hit him prematurely, but this man is a man in the way he carries himself, but he's barely crossed his 18th or 19th year.
Oh no, Tian's older than him.
But you can see in the stubble of his beard, where his hair is the straw blonde, you can already see gray starting to form in the shadow of the beard that he tries to keep clean shaven. Lines across his face, across his forehead, at the corners of his eyes, the downturn on his face. You can tell that this is a young man who is aged beyond his years by the stresses of his life.
Tian don't know shit about that.
If you want to talk, you can come to our home in the corner of the village. And he actually points from where you are, pointing to the south. He's like, if you take the road out of the tavern, straight south, you will reach our family's manor. And we could speak there if you want. I do want to get there before nightfall, because it is not safe to leave my sister alone.
Understood. I imagine
All this conversation is going on. What was that?
I was just saying, I imagine I'll be seeing more of you later.
Well, hopefully, maybe we can speak a little bit more freely there, and I could introduce you to my sister, and we could figure something out to keep her safe, because I do not think our home will stand for much longer. While this conversation is going on, what are the rest of you doing? You're still all sort of sitting at the table. I know Abraham is just very upset, drinking his wine. What else is Abraham doing at this time?
Well, who's next to me? Who's sitting with me at this point?
I am.
Who?
Helbete, Rumari, and Lady Chris.
I kind of look up, but it's almost like rhetorical. And I don't really look at anybody in general, but they know I'm speaking to them all at the table. What's the point? What's the point of all this? You have faith, and still you lose. You lose everything you love, everything you've ever cared about, and everything that means a goddamn thing to you. The Thunder's not watching us. He's laughing at our pain. And even after all that, when you still have faith, and you still go out to fight for him, and his values, and his ideals, he still takes. He takes, and takes, and takes! And he throws the bottle, crashes against the inn wall, and then he just puts it, kind of, no more! I can't take anymore! And that's it.
Excuse me. You with one foot in the grave already. Do you plan to pay for the cleaning of that wall and floor, or do we need to have you removed from here permanently?
He gives, you know how I have that thing, the dark eyes, or the dark past, thing and all that?
Haunted
Rich,
one.
The haunted one background.
I kind of want to give that look, just look up.
And as you do, you notice that the younger of the three women, actually, you notice she sort of looks away. But the other two just save us the look. We have seen your kind come here time and again, and none of you ever actually leave this place. You will not be the last coming through here, and we would like to keep our place at least in working order for a while. So if you do not mind, it will be 2 copper for the cleaning of the stone and the wood, and we will let you sit in peace.
Fine. Take your money. Take it all. Take everything. And he throws 10 copper on the ground.
Y'all really just tossing around money like it's nothing.
Specifically, he throws it on the ground every time.
Yeah.
I'll start tossing it to the group for them catch it, see if they get it first.
Arik,
We just need to
please
find him a witcher.
attend to this. And you see the barkeep sets the glass that he was cleaning down, walks over and grabs a few rags from behind the counter, walks over, collects the 10 copper off of the ground, and begins to go wiping down the wood on the wall where the glass was shattered, before using his soft-booted foot to start pushing all the glass into a pile.
Abraham just paid for 4 more messes, guys.
Oh shit, we're trying to get rock stars up in here. Let's rock star this shit.
Excellent. Yeah.
You are free to do whatever you like.
That whole spiel is happening right behind Tien, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
You
you're
guys
just
are
hearing
less than 40 feet
crash and-
away.
I'm just hearing all this fucking blasphemy right behind me,
You know, Abraham,
excuse
you
me?
know what makes me feel better? Setting shit on fire. You want to go set shit on fire?
I have no desire to set anything on fire. What's the point? It will burn. People will die.
Exactly.
And there'll be more death.
Exactly.
It's always the end. There's nothing left. Good is irrelevant.
That is overrated.
He just kind of like looks dejected, like he doesn't matter. He's not gonna. He's just like in his own world, and he looks back at his locket. Everything I love, everything I loved, and he just holds it with both hands like this, and just quietly kind of goes within.
Chris is gonna lean over the table a little and just be like, "What happened?"
Years ago, I had a wife and a son.
Tian just leaning back in his chair, listening behind him.
What?
Tian's like right. Tian has like you're sitting in one chair, and Tian's like right behind you, sitting the other way.
Back to back.
Yeah. Tian's eavesdropping on your story.
Oh, so I'm kind of like in confession. It's like
Exactly.
confession. It's like
One priest to another.
tell me, my son. Tell me, 5 All Fathers and 6 Hail Marys, and you are absolved. All right. All right.
And 2 hello dollies.
All right. I don't want to be too too long of a story, okay? Because I know the DM wants to move on, so I'll just do a quick and
Well,
we can
go ahead. I'm stepping back for just a quick moment, so feel free to roleplay. I will be back in less than 30 seconds.
All right. Well, I'll tell a little bit.
What's that? Give the old man free reign to just talk?
Oh boy. Oh
For
boy.
me to do so.
Here's my wife and I had a son and a wife years ago. 40. Came home from the fields in my house. Like, he was just so young. He was only 4 years old. He was harmless. He wouldn't have said what happened. Wouldn't have told me what it was. But he killed them anyway. And slaughtered them like cattle.
Who killed them?
Strahd!
Thank you.
All right, there we go.
I thought it was cutting with so.
I know.
I will hunt him to the ends of the earth. To my last breath. Till every bone is broken. Every hope and illusion shattered. If there's one thing I do, I will destroy him and all his dark seed.
Wait. Strahd killed your family? You're from here?
Oh shit! Don't fuck with the. Don't mess with me now. Oh god damn it! I have amnesia on that. Someone's deciding to mess with me and trying to throw a wrench in my goddamn narrative. Now shut the fuck up and let me talk. Man, I do way too many drugs. All right, so.
Oh my god.
So, all right, that's it though. That's all. I can't talk about this anymore. Later, I'll share more.
I understand, like, grief, but, like, how long ago did this happen? It didn't just happen, right? Like...
40 years ago.
40 years? Good lord, man, move on!
I was a young man. We had just gotten married. That was our first child. His name was Luki.
What?
And her name was Mariana.
I guess it was your last child?
Look,
Oh,
man.
that's effed up, dude.
Look,
That's some cold shit.
I understand wanting revenge, but I feel like you're taking this a little hard 40 years later.
You what? It was my son. The only
Yes.
thing the most important thing in my world. I'll never forget. I'll never let it go. Ever. If I die, it will be with my hands around Strahd's neck and a stake to his heart.
Abraham, I've never quite met somebody with a vendetta quite like yours.
With a what?
Just because with a vendetta. But I won't fault you for it. However, I believe Lathander is testing you. Is your resolve to achieve revenge strong enough to surpass the grave? Will you use this life that you've been given to help others on your path, or will you selfishly follow your own path?
Ooh, out of character for a second, I love that question you just asked, and I'd like to just explore. I don't want to really answer that. I'd like to explore that slowly through character development as it continues. That was really great question. Like wondering how my
Tian wants an answer.
I don't know what I'll do. I don't know. Why should I help anyone if the Thunder's abandoned me? I've given everything and he still takes more. I can't talk anymore. Somebody else needs to talk. I feel as if I've been talking for a long time and other people deserve attention.
Excuse me. Abraham, was it?
Yes, my name is Abraham.
You seem to hold about the pain and suffering and anger within yourself. But let me give you a little piece of advice, old man. Walking around these lands, in his domain, our Count Zarovich hears everything that is said. All pieces of information find their way to him. So if I were you, and you want to keep your tongue, let alone your life, I would watch what you say about him in these woods, in these mountains, and for as long as you spend your miserable life within these mists. But what do I know? I have just lived here for 30 years.
The tea.
All right.
Tian isn't so much giving them the gratification of actually looking at them. He's just more like side-eye.
All right. So out of character, Rich, should I like really be concerned? Like if I talk smack, are you gonna like totally kill me? I mean,
hold on. Would you like to find out?
Well, I mean, I guess I could like, my character. I don't know. The old man has drawn within.
Would Abraham care?
The old man has gone silent and drawn within. He seems to be looking quizzically at the world and is silent all of a sudden.
He gets the glassy-eyed, distant stare that kittens get before they start running around at 3 a.m.
Yes, the look that's the look that says, "I've seen things. I know stuff."
So, through all of this chaos, every time you hear Tian and Kalen, every time you hear the name Strahd or Count Zarovich brought up, you notice that Ismark just sort of like wards himself and sort of shrinks back a little bit.
So basically, he's just
so
like
he's a mouse right now.
Yeah, he's
like, definitely trying to make himself small.
Tian's gonna lean across the table and say, "Is that the devil?"
Devil that we speak of, yes. We don't say his name.
He who must not be named.
He must not be named. About the same thing at the same time. Oh, no.
Yeah.
As all of our characters start giggling manically.
It seems that our interests are starting to align. I will indeed be coming by later on tonight to speak with you and your sister.
The house is large enough for multiple people to stay, if not comfortably, at least out of the mists and out from being on the streets at night. There is no small inn here, but if you wanted to come, it would be a safe place. We will have a fire. There are plenty of blankets, and there's warmth, if not complete safety.
He definitely doesn't look like he's been sleeping great, so I'll take him at his word, but also then I'll give him a nod and get up and go back to sit with my group.
All right.
Who've been very loud.
Well, at least two of them have. But during all of this, Rumari, what have you been doing? You've been awfully quiet.
I know. I was just thinking that too.
Rumari has kind of quite openly just been watching everybody and listening. Their attention does sort of keep going back to the three women, but every time it looks like they might make any sort of eye contact, they look away again.
Okay.
So you're saying Rumari's being a creeper?
Absolutely no.
They have...
No.
I mean, they're sitting at the table with everybody else.
Yeah.
Everybody else has been causing quite the scene, so they haven't felt the need to contribute to it.
Kaylin's gonna actually lean
Character,
in.
because you're usually extremely active and talkative. All right, Kaylin.
After Tian leaves the table, Kaylin's gonna lean in towards Ismark, and she's gonna ask, do you know of anyone who goes by the name of Madame Eva?
Speak of the Vistani camp to the west. I actually need to roll something real quick. +3. As you sort of whisper that over, as things quiet down in the tavern, you whisper that over to Ismark. At the mention of the name, you notice the three women at the table sort of fall silent and still for a moment. And you hear them say something under their breath, but it's in a language that you've never heard before. The woman you seek, named Madame Eva, she is supposedly a very powerful Vistana in one of the camps off to the west, by the waterfall, the Thir pool. They, much like these Mortu behind you, and he motions to the three. Another word that he uses that you've never heard before. They are of the same lineage, and they travel often, but it is said that some of the women within the society have gained powers of foresight and the power to inflict curses on those that they disdain. I would be very, very careful if you are seeking out the guidance of such a woman, though her name precedes her, and she has given many people help and assistance over the years.
Kaylin will just nod, noting that the other three took attention to her asking about that, and she's just to say thank you, and she says she's gonna go sit with the rest of her group, and that she'll say that she hopes to meet him again soon.
Well, if you're coming tonight, you will have plenty
Winks
of time for us
and
to
walks away.
Very well. So the group of you are once again together at the table.
Wait. Was that Kaylin, Kaylin's form of flirting.
That only happens in text chat. Haven't you been reading it?
Oh, okay. Okay. So it's just her way of being like, if we live, wink.
Tian, after a moment, will lean in and say, I've also heard about a church at the edge of the city. I would like to go and visit before the day is done.
You're speaking of the church on the hill. That is, unfortunately, not the nicest of places anymore. Father Donovich has had some issues in the recent past. But you can go if you so desire.
Interesting. Thank you very much. I'm done for a little bit.
Okay. And the rest of you?
Chris is still like, hey, so like, are you from here, Abraham? Like, I need to know.
Oh my god. God, and you know,
So,
I'm like
were
really
you holding back on us?
and I'm like
Yeah.
Oh my god, and I'm in the throes of the cookies right now. Okay, so it's like at this moment, I am from here, but I don't want to speak anymore. At this time, I can't. I just can't talk anymore.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and dynasty this thing. You know, I'm going into.
But how did you get out to come back?
I'm getting out.
How did you get out?
I don't know why I'm back.
At this point, you're realizing that Abraham does not have a very high tolerance for alcohol. So anything that comes out of his mouth at this point is unreliable at best.
I think I've drank too much. I need to lay down. I need to lay down somewhere.
There's no inn, old man.
Chris is gonna just do this this shooing motion that if anybody had been paying attention have noticed that she's been doing way more often, like as if she's swatting at a bug or something.
What time of day is it?
As it was said earlier, it is probably afternoon, but the cloud coverage and everything has darkened the sky to where everything is in dim light at best. And as you're all sitting around the table speaking, you start to hear the sound of thunder pealing overhead as rain starts crashing down on the roof. Yes, Tian. Yes, Kaylin.
Well, I wanted to know if there's any indication that we found a store or something along the way through Barovia up until we got here, like a shop or anything.
You have not noticed anything of that nature yet.
Okay. I'll let Keely go, and then I'll ask.
Well, I
bartender.
wanted to do more story things. Okay, you can do some. Kaylin is going to look at Chris when she waves her hand like that, and she's gonna kind of be like, "What now?"
There's just so many people in here. It is crazy crowded.
Yeah, Chris.
I'm gonna do the blink like that one gif of the guy.
The blinking white guy gif.
Yeah.
Chris, are you okay? Cause I don't see anyone. Are you seeing someone?
No, I'm not seeing people. I'm hearing them. They're very loud, okay? There's a lot of people screaming.
You've been like that all morning.
Yeah, I was trying to ask you, like, do you hear people too now? Like, I
No.
hear people. Yeah,
I don't
so
hear
like,
people.
So, like, I hear the screaming souls that are trapped in the mist. It's great. I love it. I love not sleeping.
So you're telling me...
What?
You're telling me you hear voices?
Yeah, like that.
You hear
and
dead
follow
people?
random... and you follow random crows around.
I don't follow random crows.
Was the crow...
One very specific one.
Just one crow.
A crow has to make eye contact with me from across a room. And then maybe I'll come hither if they fluff their wing just right. Look, I know... Wow. that was a really long scream. Right next to me. I know that, like, you guys make fun of me for, like, liking animals and stuff, but I am very good at reading animals' behavior and the way that they act and knowing when they have something they want to tell me. Like, you know,
I didn't know animals had the
dog.
intelligence for that.
Yeah. They totally do have capabilities of telling us things.
Oh, God, no.
The animal whisperer, Chrysadora.
Yeah, I mean, I basically, I grew up on a farm, I raised horses, I traded with the Tweegan people, like...
I mean, I get it. Because Tien's a kid whisperer.
Can I send Tien to my house for my kid? Like...
Yes, please.
No, but just... There's just... Ever since what happened, the happening, I've been able to hear people, and this one girl will not leave me alone about her freaking mother.
Interesting.
It's also some weird, like, deep man voice that won't shut up too. It's just, it's a whole thing.
Also interesting.
But when I was trying to make ghosty friends, you were looking at me like I was crazy.
I think that was before she had ghost friends.
I'm not trying to make ghost friends, to be fair. I think I'm more like being assaulted by ghost friends.
Just make friends, you know? If you're gonna be stuck with them, might as well be friendly. We can invite them to dinner!
What do ghosts even eat, Helvete?
I don't know. But we could throw a party for them. Can we do fondue? What? Ooh,
I don't know how much cheese there is in Barovia.
As I asked Tony earlier, would you like to find out?
No. Back on topic. Tien's just gonna like take his left arm, place his hand like flat on the table, and like unwrap or pull back some of the wrappings, and like there's some gnarly wounds. Like there's cuts that are just not bleeding so much, but they look bad, like they just happened. Cause like it's up my whole arm. I never got injured before, so I think all of these are from the house.
Wait, don't some of you people have, like, special powers that can do things for this?
I've tried. Normally it works instantly. This hasn't done anything to them.
I mean, unfortunately, I don't have any powers
I'm
like that.
I'm trying to tell you that where you are hearing voices, this is my cost.
I don't know if that was my cost. I actually don't know what the cost was.
I mean, I don't have anything else that this could have come from.
I mean...
Did you maybe eat something?
I just assumed that you were hearing it too.
I'm not
Maybe it
hearing
was
anything.
the potatoes.
I haven't eaten any of the potatoes that Abraham's had. I've been eating rations.
Did I hear potatoes? Potatoes? It pulled me out of my stupor for just a moment. No, forget it. I'm still sad. Forget I said that.
Potatoes can cure every sadness.
Maybe if you eat one of the potatoes, it'll help.
Specifically, really old potatoes that are now in a clear liquid form.
Ooh.
So wait. So you saw the mist, right? Did you see anybody else?
Yes.
Okay, I heard you talk about something. I think I heard that, right? Was I awake for that, or is that when I was sleeping? Good lord, I can't keep things straight.
Tian and Kaelin were on watch.
That was when you were on watch. Okay.
Which part?
About when Tian described what they saw.
Yeah, none of that happened. Anybody else was.
Like Chris would be the only
Coherent.
one that could have heard it because she had a weird sleep, but
Because she
otherwise-
basically didn't sleep. Yay! Okay. I saw, like, this gorgeous person. Correct me if I'm wrong, DM. Because I believe that's what it was.
Go ahead.
I saw this gorgeous person who was, like, very insistent that you all were, like, lost without me. That is not my words.
Lynn rolls her eyes.
Tian just nods.
So did you see a gorgeous person who said about the same thing to you?
Well, they were beautiful, but What did yours look like? What did they look like?
In real life, I don't remember. Can you remind me, DM?
If anyone in the party that was here can tell me, your character will die instantly because none of you were supposed to be listening. No, they were a individual of great beauty. Their features were mostly still hidden in the mists, but my brain is completely fried as well.
I remember they had, like, curly, dark hair, right?
Yeah.
They had a face.
They had a
Definitely had a
gorgeous
face.
face.
Their features were virtually flawless, and their hair fell in ringlets down their back and down their shoulders. And they were dressed. The clothing itself almost seemed to disperse into the mist as well. Like their form was not fully solid at all times. But yeah, it was an unearthly beauty that you saw.
Yeah, I'm not okay, I'm just gonna tell Tian in character. I'm not sure really how to describe it. Just like, the most beautiful, like, luscious locks, and like, oh my goodness, gorgeous.
Mine
Woo!
like a knight.
A knight.
It wasn't until I'd agreed that they took off their helmet.
Ooh, hold on. Are you, like, into knights?
No.
Oh, okay. Not trying to be super
And-
nosy, but I'm just wondering if they're like, maybe they were both the same person, but they like changed forms or something. I don't know.
One thing you do remember, Chris, is the man you were speaking to was very cocky. Very quick, and he had almost that like con man air about him, but it was very clear everything he was speaking was the truth.
Why does that sound like Molly Mock?
It was not Molly Mock.
It was not Molly Mock.
Character
It sounds
tropes
like her.
are the same.
The same trope. I don't remember. Did the one that appeared to me, did they have like a gender, or did they look more feminine, masculine, or was it just beautiful?
It was not clear. It was very, very much in the same way that some elves can take after Corel and the Rethian in their androgyny.
Yeah.
The armor itself was not molded to be masculine or feminine. It was definitely molded to
Gotcha.
be functional and beautiful. And when they removed their helmet, you saw that gaunt, almost corpse-like face that still held an inner beauty behind it, almost like you would see in the peace of death with someone
Yeah.
who lived a righteous life.
And then I do remember they
But
also
there were
had like the
no
long.
there were no gender notes about this person.
Okay, I do remember that they also had like long, platinum white hair.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll describe that to Chris. That was what appeared to me.
But like, were you into them? Like,
I mean, they were beautiful, but more in a haunting way.
Got it. Okay. I mean, I was into the person I saw, but
I gathered.
look, okay? I'm attracted to power and beauty. What do you want from me? Shut up!
So you can have a ghosty boyfriend, but I can't have ghosty friends. I see how it is.
Oh my.
In fact, it sounds like Chris is almost encouraging Tian to have a ghosty significant other.
Chris does not want ghosty friends. I want to be very clear here. Chris is very against ghosts in general. Not a fan of the ones trying to live in her head.
But they can tell you secrets, and secrets are amazing.
Okay. Wait. Is Helette gonna say that in character?
Everything I'm saying is in character.
Okay. So when you say that, I'm gonna say, you know what? I will try to ask them some questions and try to get some secrets, but they just keep moaning and crying and like, oh, I'm just doomed for eternity. Wah. I get it.
Well, tell them to be useful or shut up.
I'm trying.
Take control of them. Make them your friends. Make them your little ghosty bitches.
I'm not a necromancer. What?
Bitch, you're wishing you weren't.
Yeah,
yes,
right?
You're not a necromancer yet.
I know, right?
Kalen's gonna shoot a side eye at Tian on those comments.
I mean, hey, if I could talk to the ghosty friends, I totally would. Like, let me get my necro on. Wait, that didn't sound right.
Tian only cares about ghost kids. That's all that he wants to take care of.
That sounds even worse.
He adopts them. They are his children.
Wait, but a ghost kid can't make messes. Well, I won't say they can't make messes, but you don't have to clean up after them as much. You don't have to feed them. Sounds like a pretty ideal child.
Yeah.
Right. Look, I'm telling you, we should just have like a ghosty family, and they could help us. Like, you're seeing this as a bad thing. We can use this. These can be our allies, and you'll never be alone. This is why I wanted my ghosty friends, and then you made fun of me, and now you have ghosty friends, and
Is
not
Abraham
fair.
still coherent at any point, like, at all? Abraham?
He fucking died.
I haven't died. I'm here. What? Think of ghosty friends? Is that
No,
what you're
during this
asking?
whole conversation, Tian's not paying much attention to Abraham, but then he's going to just look at Abraham and say, so it seems Chris and I had different costs. What brought you back from the dead?
Ooh, good question.
Abraham looks at Tian, looks at the ground. The price is high. Something I never would have normally paid.
Oh, I can tell you I wouldn't have either.
But what is to avenge? I don't want to talk about it. I he took
At
everything,
least-
and that's.
At least
It's
tell
a
us
parent thing.
what it was.
What do you mean? Like, are you asking like out of character?
What? So, out of character. Tian's asking what it was that proposed this offer to you.
Oh, like, okay, so you really want to know the close, like the seriousness, what, like the creature, or just like the deal itself?
Creature?
That's well, I'm not. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I want to hear about the creature now.
I was out of character. You can't say that. All right, too brave. You'll do Valentine's. Too brave.
Clearly, he means to
Dude, I love that Princess Bride. Dude. Too brave. Liar! Liar! All right. There was a deal struck. A shadowy figure appeared before me. I shouldn't be trusting you, but at this point it doesn't matter. Nothing matters, so I might as well tell you everything.
Indeed.
A shadowy figure appeared before me, first offering a deal. I refused. Refused to tell him anything until he showed me his face. And before me stood, if I'm not mistaken, out of character, Rich, it was Strahd too, right? So.
Oh, it was not Strahd.
Oh, I thought it was Strahd because it looked like a vampire or something. All right, well.
It was a very, very strange figure, impossibly long features, but you could not make out any details of their face. It had human anatomy, but it did not look like any human you have ever seen.
Because remember, I made it came out like I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
Yes.
All right, it was a shadowy figure, and when I asked it to come out, even then, its face and features were still hidden to me, as if it was blocking me somehow, but I got a sense of malevolence, I believe. But the deal was struck, so I could have revenge against those who hurt my family and killed them. And that's what I'll do. In this life or the next, I am father or husband to a murdered wife, father to a murdered son. My vengeance in this life or the next. That copyright Gladiator, year 2000. Please don't sue me.
Okay, wait. I still... Look, man. It was 40 years ago.
Let's
like...
leave him to his sorrows. People deal with things
You
differently.
must have never had children. If you've had a child, you would understand that it's having a child is like having your heart outside your body. And you can't survive without your heart. And you can never forget your heart. You long for it always, wanting it, knowing that a piece of you is gone forever. Tears begin to roll down the old man's face. I held him in my arms, covered with blood. He cried out, the last thing he says is, Daddy, it hurts. It hurts, Daddy. Help me. Help me, Daddy. Please help me. I couldn't do anything for him. I held him, and then he came back, and I had to put a stake to my own son's heart. And that's it. Then he breaks off, and oh, look, I got real tears. Oh. I'm a crappy actor, but I can.
It was great until you started praising your own acting.
It was.
Funny.
I can't help it. All right, but thanks, guys. Hey, but yeah, that's it. That's just my turn. He's gonna kind of just go off into his world, kind of tears. I don't want to talk to anyone else. Let's just keep going.
Let's just keep going.
Oh, we're
He
not
says
running.
that and just continues to sit where he's at.
Would anyone like to go to the church with me?
Wait, are there rooms at this inn?
No.
It's not an inn, it's a
This
tavern.
is no inn.
Oh.
It is a tavern.
Well, I
We
mean,
were
how
invited to
however-
Bismarck's house, but there's no inn.
However,
Weren't we supposed to stay at what's his face's house?
our
Mr.
dear
Fancy Pants?
burgomaster-
Who?
Our dear burgomaster has offered us some rooms in his large mansion.
What's a burgomaster?
Kind of like the leader of the city.
It's the dude with the fancy
The Lord.
pants.
Got it.
Yes, fancy pants, of course.
Wait. Who leads the town then?
That's
Mr.
what you
Fancy
need.
Pants.
Ismark. Points over
Yeah.
his shoulder.
Wait, they have a man in charge? Ew.
I know, right?
He sort of just looks at you, taken aback a bit, and then as you say that, the three women just start cackling and laughing. That is if you can even call him a man. I mean, look at him. He's barely a man. He's still a child.
I mean, I wasn't trying to call his leadership into question, but I mean...
Tia low-key gets where both are coming from, because his mother's always been the one in charge in his life. And he still feels like a baby. Just like...
Well, it seems like almost the entire party comes from a matriarchal society overall.
Mm-hmm.
Not Caitlin.
he says that, and as the laughter erupts, she's like, the rain isn't going to let up anytime soon. Dion, he looks to you. As I told you, straight south from the tavern if you actually want to come tonight. But I'm going to take my leave. He reaches into his pouch and puts a couple of battered coins on the table before leaving. Making strong point not to meet the eyes or the gaze of the three women at the table.
I'm going to do something that I'm very bad at. I'm going to sing, "Take me to church!" Please. Tian does want to go and check out the church.
What do you hope to find there?
He heard it was a church of the Morning Lord. That's it. He just wants to figure out what's going on because he heard shit's bad.
Wait, shit's bad where?
At the church. Just wants to see what's going on.
Got it.
But it's wet outside.
It's gonna say, considering that it is raining, maybe it's best we go visit the church tomorrow?
Considering that I've only been here a couple days and it's been mostly raining, I feel like it's not going to change.
But I really, really don't like the rain.
Still,
or water.
Wouldn't it
or
be
wet.
better to visit the Morning Lord in the morning? And if it is as bad as you say, I think we're all in need of...
Everything sort of froze for me for a moment. What was said?
Rumari's
said,
being a smartass.
Rumari said, wouldn't it be better to visit the Morning Lord in the morning? And also seeing that if things are as bad as you've heard, we're all in need of a good rest.
I don't know, I'm pretty rested. No, I'm kidding. Well, if that's how you feel...
Let's say Kaylin will also point out that Abraham's not quite in a state to visit a place of worship at the moment.
I don't think he will be for a while. But if that's how you all feel, then perhaps we should go and accompany Lord Ismark to his home.
Should be fine.
I mean, that's the only other place I'm gonna go.
It's open to us.
So what do you guys decide to do?
Let's get the drunk old man up on his feet and let's head to someplace that's a little more warm and
who
friendly.
Are the strongest people in the party so that they can carry him?
Someone's gonna have to convince her to do it though, because he's a mess.
Tian will volunteer.
Probably just
be
doesn't
Abraham.
point him in a direction. I think he can walk still.
It might be Abraham who has the most strength in the party.
If he doesn't, if he falls, Tian will catch him. But otherwise, just walk on his own.
Rumari is 5 feet tall and has 6 strength, so they're not gonna drag.
Yeah, I don't think that's gonna
Dear
be
God.
All right, no. All right. Well, the old man gets on his feet on his own. He hears the party talking, and he gets on his feet.
He can stand of his own.
I can walk
free will
myself.
still.
Damn it! I
Can
told
you?
you I'm gonna get revenge. Now let's go.
I don't know if you're gonna get revenge this moment, old man.
You gotta burn to give me the burn, don't you? We're gonna get revenge. We will. Strong will die.
Yeah, Tian will follow Ismark. Or follow where he was heading.
Okay. We are actually going to take you guys out of the tavern. You walk out into
Absolutely
the
not.
cold,
Well,
pouring rain. Yes? Go ahead, Romari.
While the,
Oh, go
the
ahead.
party heads toward the door, I do want to take a second just to approach those 3 women.
As you walk up to them, they sort of look you over. Yes?
I wanted to ask you, you had mentioned your Count Zarovich. and what you know. What is it exactly that you do know? Sounds like you know something about us.
Well, you have been awfully quiet here tonight. You have not caused any problems, so I will give you this bit of information for free. And the one leans in very close to you, and you can see that, like, very heavy makeup is covering her face, and it's caked and cracked in places. And you can tell that this is a woman who has slept in her makeup and simply reapplied it a few times. And this close, you can actually see that the facade that they seem to put up cracks a little bit under scrutiny, and they are not as jovial or well off as they seem. You are not the first adventurers to come through our tavern. You will not be the last. But make the most of your time here, for it will not be long. Be careful. Take what you hear at face value. Do not be too quick to trust, as everyone has their own motivations for what they do. You never know when someone might be watching or listening to everything that's being said and passing that information back to others. Not everything is as it seems here. Be careful.
Rumari just kind of smiles at that and says, "Indeed. Then I'm sorry about Abraham." And they will place 5 gold on the table and then catch up with the others.
As quickly as it is down, it is gone. And as you all head out into the rain, the cold soaking immediately through your cloaks and your clothing, a good 30 or 40 paces ahead of you, trudging over the uneven cobblestones and the mud, you can see the blonde hair of Ismark matted to the back of his tunic as he's slowly making his way through the rain. Not rushing, not running, just a slow, determined walk. And before long, you catch up to him and are led straight down the path towards the manor. And that is where we're going to take our first break of the evening, guys.
I gotta go, and I'll be back later.
Yeah? You think so?
Yeah. Yeah. Let me get some water. Let me get some water.
Go get some water. So, chat, I'm going to leave it up to the chat, not the players, but actually, the person that just joined us tonight was Game Over something or other I saw. Yeah, Gamer Over 192. I saw that you are new to the stream, and one of the things is whenever we get 5 subscribers, Tony, Abraham, will dance and sing to a song of our choice. We try to keep it to the 80s and 90s, some more popular stuff overall. But tonight, I am giving you the choice of what song you would like to see him sing and dance to during our break. So go ahead and type it into the chat, and he will take it away when he comes back.
Spice Girls. You totally want to see him sing Spice Girls.
I mean, I would not be opposed to that. That would be friggin' hilarious.
I want to hear him
But
sing Monica and Brandy, The Boy Is Mine.
Well, guys, I am going to step away for a minute. We will be back in about 5 or so minutes.
Absolutely.
Yes. So anyone that's still at the thing, Gibby, if you're still here when I'm stepping away and Tony returns, please make sure that he records the video on his phone for TikTok as well.
Oh,
because
let me go get my phone.
Yep, go get your phone. All right. And we're waiting to see if Gamer Over answers in the chat what they would like you to sing.
Ooh, Hotel California.
That's from Exile. Karma from Or 30.
Ooh.
From Oreo. I don't know that one. I'm looking it up right now. Yeah, I actually don't know this song.
How dare you, Rich? You must know all things.
Alright, guys, I shall be back shortly.
Okie dokie.
Poor Tien. The first actual injuries he ever sustains actually kill him. That's the fun thing about his arm, is that it's every injury he's ever sustained. So therefore, since he got crushed by a house...
Ooh! Just like permanently?
Basically. Or at least the way that I think of it is like, he can still move the arm, but it hurts like a motherfucker.
Looks like I'm not going to be the only crazy one for long.
He wraps it so tight because he's like, maybe I can fix the bones. Please.
I mean, I'm sure we could like just use some like sticks, rebar.
Like I don't know. The way that it was said, it was like his every like cut and wound was on it, but I'm not sure about the actual bones being like actually shattered consistently. You know.
We can rebuild it.
Like,
we can make it stronger.
We have the technology. No, but basically, I headcanon is like he can. It feels like his arm is constantly breaking, but he can still move it fine.
Fun.
What a poor boy.
From a poor family.
The poor boy. I love him. Poor guy.
What y'all laughing at? Oh, I just dropped the mic.
Oh, we're just laughing at Tian's misfortune.
Yay, misfortune!
Mm-hmm.
All right, so what's the song I got to do here? What's the punishment?
Karma.
Karma by Oreo. Yeah.
Karma by Oreo?
I think so.
That's
what was chosen.
I've never even heard of that song. Man,
you better quick study up.
I mean, somebody got me good with that one. Karma by Oreo.
It's like
okay.
013.
I need karaoke. They even have a karaoke version? I hope they do. I don't think they have a karaoke version of that song.
Rip.
No, that's Karma Chameleon.
God.
Yeah, that's like Culture Club. You might have stumped.
Oh, it's a newer song.
Yeah, you might have
it's a
stumped
very
the
new
karaoke.
song.
Yeah, they don't have the karaoke for that. So you might have, whoever that is, you might have to pick a new song.
Gamer Over.
Well, that might be why, Omega, because it's less than a month ago. They're probably not going to have it up there. But yeah, you might want to pick something from the 80s or 90s.
An older song.
Something for old guys like me. I mean, I know songs from the 2000s and all that too. Like, you know, I mean,
God, I could sing probably every Lady Gaga song from heart.
the songs I know are terrible songs that, you know, are guilty pleasures like Bands Will Make Her Dance. It's
What does the
song.
fox say?
Juicy J.
Yo.
Right now, it's just a lot of
My musical likes go all the spectrum from rock and classical to Juicy J, man. It's a huge spectrum it covers. They show the lyrics in the song. I don't see the Karma Oreo lyrics. I'm looking on YouTube and I don't see the lyrics for the karaoke version. I see instrumental music video. I see a lot of stuff, but I don't see that. Not the karaoke lyrics version.
Money,
So
money, money.
Money, Money, Money by ABBA. That's somebody up there.
Dancing Queen.
You can... I don't know the rest of the words, but I will fake it, and maybe we'll sound okay. Yeah, rest of the song, Dancing Queen. That's how you pick a song.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, Mickey, you're so fine, you
I
blow
love
my
that song.
mind. Hey, Mickey.
See, I like those songs too. I was a little kid when those songs came out, so like I remember watching MTV when it first came out. You know, and like Mickey was up there all the time. Tony Basil.
Yes.
So what's the final decision here before Richard comes back, as he'll think of something truly bad and sadistic?
I'm a chameleon. You know, right?
All right. Well, all right. So we got a Karma Chameleon. We got Money, Money, Money by ABBA.
Spice Girls.
Now we got Spice Girls, person from Spice Girls, but the stream has to vote. We can't have the players because it's whoever. Well, I guess the players could do, because Rich did it because he bought all his darn subscriptions so he could cheat the system. Yeah, all right. Oh God, he wants me to sing Rick Astley.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
I'll do Rick Astley. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Yo, and Rick Astley is on TikTok.
I know the karaoke for Rick Astley is up here. I don't know if the stream is going to be able to hear it through my... Hold on.
Rick Astley has made some updated TikToks of that song.
Hold on.
On his official channel. Just saying.
We might get in trouble doing this karaoke, though. I don't know. Oh, no, this is the karaoke version, so it might be okay.
Remember to record this, and when you do, we can tag Rick Astley in the TikTok.
Hold on. Well, I'm just in my normal clothes now for DM, you know. Don't have my DM outfit on.
Wow, Tony.
Do you want the outfit too?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay. I'm running to go get ya.
Especially if we are going to bring Rick Astley's attention to your performance. you need the whole ensemble.
For the outfit. Things we do for posterity.
Just think, if you do this performance well enough, and Rick Astley might actually respond, and then maybe we could get him to join us on Twitch.
Oh, joy. That would truly be just what I want.
It's what I want. Look, you have no idea. I want this so bad, Tony. I want this.
All right. Well, I got to fix our thing, our stream, too. Hold on. Didn't realize that picture was... Okay, there we go. All right. Let me get ready to humiliate and embarrass myself. Let me know if y'all can hear this, because you should be able to hear it now when I play it through YouTube, so I hope I don't get in trouble. Here we go.
And you're recording it, right?
I'm about to record it.
Yay!
But you won't hear the music, you'll just see me dancing.
That's okay, we can overlay the sound.
Camera up here. That's good right there. All right. You ready? Here we go.
Yay!
What? Let me stream. Can you hear this music before we start? Can y'all hear that?
No.
I'm asking the stream. You might have to listen to it on the stream. See if they can hear
Okay.
The stream and I can't hear it.
Oh, they can't hear it? Alright, I might have to sync up the music then. I'm sorry, I'm getting a piece of hair in my mouth from the wig here. So. Can y'all hear it now? Oh no, that's gonna reverberate. No, that didn't work. Alright, I'm just gonna start singing without the music, and y'all can sync it up later. Ready?
Although the stream won't be able to enjoy it, but...
Hold on then. Hold on. I have to get Lonnie then, because you can get JC down here, because he knows how to do that part. It sinks in. Be right back, stream. Everybody talk a little bit while I go get JC so he can put the sound in here.
So, if a cannibal was going to eat you, what wine or liquor do you think would be paired well with your flesh?
What's well with fatty foods?
What was that?
No, that didn't
Said
work
what
either.
goes well with fatty foods?
Ooh. Either red wines or a good wheat ale.
Fatty foods. Then I'll go with that.
Which one?
Rum.
No, that didn't
Said
work
what
either.
goes
Spice
well
rum.
with fatty foods?
Spice rum goes with me.
Ooh. Either red wines or a good...
Hearing a little bit of an echo from somebody.
It was me. I was playing the stream while I was muted.
I don't drink, so I can't tell you actually like which choice I would make.
I think I would go well with, like, a honey mead.
I've never had mead.
I
Oh,
always
it's
walk
delicious.
into the most interesting conversation.
It's break time. We have the weirdest conversations.
This was a big topic on my live last night, and it seemed to be the thing that got everyone talking.
I was watching your live last night. When the fuck was this happening?
It became like the question my mod would ask every single person that came in.
Were we able to get Tony to sing a song or no?
I'm trying to make it where we can hear the sound. JC isn't here. He left, so I'm trying to make it where you can hear the sound through OBS here. So hold on. I'm going to do this real quick and hope that this works.
And suddenly the entire stream goes down.
No! Don't even joke like that. Let's not even joke like that. Yeah, because I can hear it, but y'all can't hear it, so...
You know, I think Helvete would go well with tequila.
Tien is a mead guy. He would go well with mead.
Ooh.
I've never even tasted mead, but I know he would.
Maybe we shouldn't give Strahd ideas.
I don't.
Just a wine bitch.
I don't drink wine.
Oh.
That's unfortunate.
We'll become the wine.
We are the. That's what he does. That's the ideal drink with us. Just bleed us and then drink the.
No.
Drink wine. He sucks it through.
I want to do this for y'all, too. I'm trying to figure it out. But JC
Tony.
is the one that does the sound. Yeah, what's up?
It's a silly straw that says Strahd in cursive.
We're not going to worry about it right now, guys. If he's not able to do the song tonight, I promise you that we will get it up on TikTok, and we will also put it up on the YouTube channel.
Yay!
Yeah, I will do it. I've got the outfit on soon as, JC gets back. He'll fix it. Maybe I'll do it at the end of the stream. If not, then I'll do it as soon as stream is over. Rich is right. I promise we'll get it up here.
But once everyone has returned, in a few minutes, we are going to reconvene. Does the chat have any questions for us in the meantime?
Well, we could tell them a few things, Rich, while I still try to see how I could run this real quick for them.
As many of you know from TikTok and the other channels in which you've heard about us from, we are Nerdbauchery. We are a professional Dungeon Master company. We are hireable for private games and private sessions. You can contact us through many different platforms, either myself or Tony. I run all of the virtual-based games using Foundry Virtual Tabletop, which you're seeing here. All my maps are actually being provided by Beneo's Battle Maps on Patreon. He is currently painstakingly recreating the entirety of Barovia using the Unreal Engine 4. So everything that you're seeing was made by hand by him. I can run games of up to 7 or 8 people virtually with no issue. Tony, on the other hand, is the Dwarven Forge junkie. He has more Dwarven Forge pieces than you've ever seen in a single location, and can customize the layout and the play area for whatever adventure you would like to be ran through. Everything is moved in real time with multiple cameras tracking the player's movement across the field. All of the tiles are to size. There are working dungeon traps and swinging log traps, rolling boulders. There is LED lighting on the torches and sconces and other magical artifacts that you will find. He has a large collection of miniatures for you to choose from and lays them all out for you guys to pick. We are running Curse of Strahd here every Sunday from 6 p.m. to about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 10 being the latest that we'll run. We also have multiple other games that run if you want to come and check us out. On every other Friday, you will find me playing as Selenar Tartarus, the Wood Elf Grave Cleric, in an Evil Party. We are currently playing through the very first second edition module, the Doom of Daggerdale, that Tony has painstakingly recreated from second edition and updated it to 5th edition rules. There is also a good party that will be joining back in as they are a little bit ahead of us, that is also running through the same module simultaneously. So you can see two different play groups, two very different play styles running through the same adventure, and you can check us out here. If you scroll down, you can see our streaming schedule. Tony also runs games of Baldur's Gate with a couple of our players, and in the very near future, we will be adding another name to our roster of people that are streaming gameplay. The name that many of you will know as the Eldritch Author will be joining the Nerdbauchery team and streaming his own gameplay, whether that be his Patreon exclusive live play sessions with me as the DM, where people from the Dark Carnival can join in and play through a game with Hugh, or him simply playing any of the many games he plays on PC and streaming live, so you can come and you can support him as well. There are plenty of things that are coming down the pipeline with us. You'll be seeing a lot more. We have Facebook groups, we have our Discords, we have our YouTube. Tony has now started up a TikTok for Nerdbauchery that you will be able to interact with us on. There is a Patreon, and every dime that we make, every penny that we make, goes back into production and actually helps build the company itself, so we can provide you with the best possible product and performance that we can give. You don't have to support us monetarily. You coming in, you chatting with us in the chat, you watching our streams, you sharing it word of mouth to other people that you think might like it, all of that helps us out, and we're more than happy to have you here. More importantly than any of the other stuff, it's we want to have our fans that come in and watch us on a weekly basis enjoy themselves, have a good time, and that's really the gist of everything. You're more than welcome to just come into the Discord chat and hang out with us, get to know a little bit more. There's no fee for joining. There's no dues. There's nothing like that. We just like having our fans able to interact with us in real time when we're not on stream. So definitely come and join us. Come to hang out. And we hope that you enjoy everything that we put together and everything that we do, because we put a lot of time, we put a lot of effort, and there is a lot of passion behind everything that we are doing. I don't know if any of that made sense, if I'm being completely honest. As I said, it has been a very long day. I am not nearly caffeinated enough, even though I just finished 3/4 of a pot of coffee and an energy drink, I am still very, very sleepy.
It's hard doing the sales stuff. That's why I'm glad when you DM sometimes you have to do that part now.
Yeah.
Doing the sales part, like, oh yeah, and this and that, there's so much to say all in one round there. I kind of got the thing working where they'd be able to hear it, I think, but I'm going to wait till JC gets back to make sure, because I don't want to get y'all excited again and not work. So, plus I know everybody's ready to move on, so...
We even got you back in your costume and everything.
Chris, have you returned as well? I see Chris has actually deafened.
He's just sat down. She's putting her headset on now.
All right, perfect. So everyone is here. Everyone has returned. And I have a cup of coffee being returned to me, completely refilled with another 3/4 pot of coffee in it. So we should be good. And yes, just to show the support of pretty much any community that we have, I decided to go with a little bit off-brand mug for myself today instead of going with the Mist of Barovia or anything dour. We needed a splash of color. So everyone say hello to my homosexual whale.
Yay!
Also, this mug is gigantic.
It's about the size of every mug I own.
I believe it's a 24-ounce mug.
Ooh.
Yeah. So yeah, Tony, apparently the music did go through, so you did set it up properly. But we will continue the game, and then at the end of stream tonight, when everything is all over and done with, that is when we will have Tony once again embarrass himself for our enjoyment.
Yay!
And now, with 2 streams, that is an additional 11 subscriptions that have been given out to people within the stream. So that
Thank
means
you.
we only need 4 more subscriptions to force him to do another song.
I better go charge my phone.
What was that, Tony?
Did we lose Tony?
He's fucking dead. Oh my fucking god, he fucking dead.
He died. Oh no.
Don't worry, he'll come
Fallen
back
silent.
just like Abraham.
We will
Just
wait
wave
for Tony to fully return, and we will pick up from there.
Wave a potato under his nose.
You didn't
Still
lose
in the
me.
chat while
I
we're
thought
waiting for
y'all
Tony
heard
to
me.
return.
No, I'm back. You didn't lose me. I thought
Oh.
y'all heard me when I said I was going to charge my phone since you got so many damn subscriptions. I'm going to need all my freaking phone charge just to record everything.
Oh, see, I did not hear that. Okay. So, since you're back.
Yep.
One last thing before we start. Those of you in chat, those of you watching the stream, we are constantly watching the chat. We're interacting with you guys. So please, if you have thoughts, if you have ideas, if you have questions, chat, and we will be more than happy to answer them as soon as we can. We'd love to hear feedback from you guys, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. The only thing I ask is those of you that have played through Curse of Strahd before or know the module, please leave out any and all spoilers because I do not want to have to mute you in the chat, but I will. So, that being said, you are following Ismark down the southern path. And you see at the end of the road... Oh, yes?
Oh, I was going to make a comment that while we're following him, I'm going to be talking to the voices that apparently only I can hear. That's all.
And you're definitely getting some strange looks from the people that walk by. But at the end of the road, a weary-looking mansion squats behind a rusting iron fence. The iron gates themselves are twisted and torn. The right gate lies cast aside on one of its hinges, while the left swings lazily in the wind. The stuttering squeal and clang of the gate repeats with mindless precision. Weeds choke the grounds and press with menace upon the house itself. Yet against the walls, the growth has been tramped down to create a path all about the domain. Heavy claw markings have stripped the once beautiful finish of the walls. Great black marks tell of the fires that have assailed the mansion. Not a pane nor shard of glass stands in any window. All the windows are barred with planks, each one marked with the stains of evil omen. As Ismark approaches the manor, he looks back at each of you and just sort of takes a deep breath and just shakes his head. These times have been tough. Unfortunately, the past few nights, it has been tough. My father's heart finally gave out because each night the devil has come when we sleep and has visited my sister.
Why?
And when we... That is something that maybe she will be able to tell you, but when we refused him entry, he has assailed his creatures upon our manor to torture us and prevent us from resting. We have not had very many restful nights here recently, and my father's heart just couldn't take it anymore.
Again, my condolences.
Sorry to hear that.
It is unfortunate, to say the least. Well, if you would each... And he reaches into his tunic's pocket and pulls out a small glass vial. If each of you would please just take a few drops of this and splash it across your forehead or across the back of your hand for me before I invite you inside. And he holds the vial out.
Tan will take it, just a bit concerned, but acquiesce.
Look at it, and it is clear. The liquid inside of the glass vial is clear, but there are just these slight hints of light reflecting through the liquid, as if some sort of metal of some sort is catching the light.
Yeah. He figures it's holy water. Like, he's assuming that, but he's also like, am I undead? So yeah, he'll just take drop a couple drops on his good hand.
As you do, your hand ignites in the liquid splashes across your hand. The droplets slowly run off, and there's no pain, no searing fire, no reaction whatsoever.
He has a moment of like, thank God. And we'll give it back to Ismark.
He holds it out to each of you in turn. Do each of you follow suit?
I'm going to try to hide behind people and pull the cloak tighter over my horns and my eyes.
Hold her wrist out.
And a few drops on Kalen's wrist. No reaction whatsoever. Rumari, Chris, Abraham.
Rumari's gonna like sniff it.
There's really no smell to it.
Lick it.
Dip your tongue in there.
No, yeah, they'll mimic the others. Just kind of like, what the fuck?
Okay. No reaction. Does everyone else follow suit?
The old man walks up and just takes the vial, looks at him,
Do
and
not
just upends
take
some
it
of
like
it.
a shot.
It doesn't do all of it, but he leaves some just. And then
Do all of it! Do all of it! Abraham, do all of it!
He has a little dribble running down his chin, kind of like in the new crappy Star Wars movie with the blue milk, when he was like milking that creature, and he's like, Luke's like, it's that same kind of like, satisfied, and hands the vial back.
Mark sort of shakes his head a little bit. Very well.
Chris is going to approach and say, I apologize for him. He's having a day. I will do it. I just want to know, like, it's not acid or anything, right?
This is holy water.
I mean, she doesn't know their lives.
This is water that has been blessed by the Morning Lord.
Oh, fine.
Oh, that's why it's spicy now.
Spicy.
Why is it spicy?
Does anything happen to Chris when she dabs it on her hand?
No?
Cool.
So we aren't vampires. That's good.
We're not zombies or vampires, I think.
That's a good thing.
And and as everyone else has done so, he actually looks down at Sir Gwillem and flicks a little bit onto Sir Gwillem.
Whoa, 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 whoa! Don't flick at my dog!
I don't know if Helvete
Well.
has agreed to this yet.
I am trying to be
The-
inconspicuous.
The cur seems to be okay as well. All that is left is your cloaked friend, who seems to be hiding a bit. And he holds the vial out towards you.
This is where we all turn and say, "What cloaked friend?"
We don't claim that one.
I'll hold a hand out very dejectedly.
And once again, he upends the vial a bit as drops start to fall onto your skin. No reaction.
Oh.
Oh, thank God. Now just like wipe it like it's slime on my dress. Ugh. Yeah, nasty.
Well, that being said, each of you are welcome within my home. Please. And he steps forward, opening the door. And as you all enter, you see that the interior of the mansion is well furnished, yet the fixtures show signs of great wear. Noticeable oddities are the boarded up windows and the presence of holy symbols in every room. In a side drawing room, off to your right, there is a simple wooden coffin surrounded by wilting flowers, and from that room is the faint odor of decay. There are a few small candles lit around this coffin.
Have you not buried him yet?
It is not safe for my sister to leave the home alone, and in our grief, we simply housed him here. Our plans were to take him to the church, but though she is good with a sword, I do not believe that just the two of us would have been able to take enough precautions for her to be safe. From another room upstairs, you hear things banging around and moving around.
All things considered, that's perhaps the best choice.
Put him outside. He's dead. What?
And leave him to the monsters?
He's dead. What do they want with him?
He would never be put to rest.
Things here. Unfortunately, things here in this land are not always the best. The dead don't always stay dead.
Ooh, then why would you keep him in here?
Because as long as he is here, he is safe. If we can get him to hallowed ground, have him buried, he would also be safe.
Is this hollowed ground?
No, but
Then
he is safe within their home.
How do you know?
If he's sheltered from the beasts that come, I assume, then he won't come back.
Look,
but he
I
does.
don't. I'm
Maybe.
just saying.
Maybe, as payment for his hospitality, we could escort you and your sister to the churchyard.
Helvetti, that was very good.
And you just
Yeah,
see like
second again.
a look on his face of just
Helvetti, I'm
You would-
proud of you.
Full parent over here.
I'm proud of you, Helvetti.
I just want to play with the dead things, okay?
we would be very grateful if you were to take care of something like that. Irina, we have guests that have offered to help with Father. From upstairs, you hear the banging stop for a moment.
What the fuck?
And coming down the stairs, you
Building
see
another
a
coffin.
woman. You see a woman in her mid-20s, long auburn red hair, very, very fine features. Her skin significantly darker than Ismark's, almost as if she were carrying a light tan. In comparison to Ismark's blonde hair and fair complexion, it is a stark contrast, made all the more so by the piercing green eyes that this young woman has. And you see, she is actually dressed in finery that is befitting of a noble, but the outfit is a little disjointed, as you notice the cloak over her shoulder is actually only partially covering a breastplate that is beautifully emblazoned and hammered with beautiful, intricate designs of ivy and leaves and flowers. At her hip, you see the scabbard for a sword, and just a fierce determination on her face as she comes down and just slowly looks over each of you. So, it seems that another group of travelers have found their way here. I see you have met my brother Ismark. I am Irina. How can I help you?
Wait, another group of travelers?
I'm getting the impression that there's been quite a few that came before us.
Yeah, but like that came to their house?
I don't know.
Well, we have seen many come through here over the years. Never more than once every couple of years, though. And they're always only ever in passing. Father would usually usher them out of the town fairly quickly, lest they bring the devil's wrath upon us. But Father is no longer with us, and
There's no father to show us.
Well, I mean, he's right there.
Your brother has told us you are having trouble getting your father's body to consecrated ground.
yes, unfortunately, most of the villagers here are too much of a coward to help my brother, and with what has already happened here, I am not safe to leave the manor alone. So it has been 3 days now that he has been sitting in our drawing room, and as you can smell, it is getting fairly bad.
I wasn't going to say anything, but
I was.
yeah. If would you and your brother accept our escort? At the very least, mine.
Well, there's a lot going on. The past few weeks, we have been assailed by wolves and other creatures of the night. But since my father has passed, the attacks have stopped. But it doesn't mean that we're still not being watched by the devil himself.
We lost Gibby, just FYI.
Yes, I'm aware.
Okay.
I'm sure she will return shortly. Every once in a while she has internet issues because we love technology.
Them cameras are all messed up.
Yeah, the cameras get messed up when somebody drops, unfortunately. There she is.
I've been polymorphed into a cat. Don't worry about it.
Hey, that's just like how I came in.
There's nothing behind those eyes. Oh my god.
I have to be honest with you. Me leaving this home, I've talked with my brother extensively, and from what we have learned from our father, I do know of a church in Valaki that has room and is safe. And it is a place where they want me to go to stay out of harm's reach of the devil. He has... It's hazy and almost as if a dream that I can't quite grasp. It eludes me like if you try to reach out to the mist and grab it yourself. But very clearly, and as she's saying this, her hand sort of moves up and starts rubbing like over the cloak at her neck. It's like, I can remember the burning gaze in his eyes. I remember a sharp pain. And I remember a rapturous ecstasy after that, but I cannot remember the details. But the things that we hear, he is not human. He can't be human if my dreams are to be believed, because these are most definitely not the bites of some spider or some other creature. As she slowly pulls the cloak away, and you can see the fresh puncture wounds that have started to scab over on the side of her neck. The skin in that area, unlike the rest of the tan complexion, is a little bit ashy and gray, as if the wounds are still fresh and are the tissue around it has almost necrotized. I cannot accompany you to the church, but if you were to take care of my father and have him buried here in town, if you are leaving, if you are heading towards the Valaki, perhaps you could take me along to keep me company and safe along the road.
Where is Valaki?
It is a few days to the west.
Ooh! I'm gonna turn to Tian and everybody else. I'm just gonna be like, I want to go west. That's where that winery is.
That's why you want to go west?
Look, I have good taste, okay? And that wine that they gave me was trash. And if there's a winery here that's better, I'm down for it.
And then, just a quick
I'm
question.
down.
Which way did Ismark say that Madame Ava's camp is?
Also to the west, the Sur Falls.
So then, yeah, Kaylin will also chime in and say that, we need to head west a little bit as well. And now I'm a kitten.
Am I the only one concerned about the puncture wounds?
Yeah, I wasn't trying to talk about it in front of her, dude. Damn.
Obviously, she's pretty concerned about them.
She's very concerned about them. And if her brother is as strict about those who come into their home, I imagine he understands that she can't be what the devil is.
Yeah.
Her soul is damned. There's only one way to save her.
Isn't your soul damned as well, Abraham?
Good question. Let's go on.
The shade.
The only shade that a tall person can cast. It does seem that our journey is taking us west as well. I would definitely help with your father being buried. And then afterwards, if the rest of the group agrees, then I wouldn't be against you coming with us west.
What reassurance do we have that you won't eat us?
Ismark, do you have any more holy water?
You are questioning the integrity of not only me but my sister. Why would I go through all the trouble that I have with you if she was one of them? And you know, as he's saying that, you notice around the room there are multiple holy symbols, and you actually see around her neck as well sits a holy symbol of a sunrise over a winding path, which you recognize as a symbol of Lathander.
While I personally trust your sister, it seems my party here is concerned. I
just don't want to get eaten. I mean, nothing personal. It seems like everything here wants to eat us, and I know I'm a snack, but come on.
Or is Helvete a whole ass meal? That's the question. But only if you drop C's mark to put the rest of them at ease.
Can Abraham say something to her?
You,
He walks up to her.
you wear that holy symbol like a wolf would wear a sheep's pelt, trying to wade into the throw. I'll be watching you, every step you make.
Tian's gonna
If he
grab Abraham
hesitate
gently by the
once-
shoulder and just pull him back a little bit. I
If she has
apologize.
a-
I don't know what's happened, but I lost you at Wolf would wear sheep's pelt. My audio completely cut out there for a moment.
I said, Abraham
You wear that holy symbol like a wolf would wear a sheep's pelt, attempting to wade into the throw.
And Tian's gonna grab him gently by the shoulder and pull him back.
No!
I apologize for my fellow's behavior.
No!
And before Tian even does that, with a flash and a flourish, the blade at her side is removed from its scabbard, and she has the point directed at you, Abraham, from less than a foot away. And you, old beard, should hold your tongue when you're speaking to nobility in their own home, unless you want me to throw you out to said wolves you speak of.
You're fast.
I have trained my entire life with my brother. He may be larger than I am, but I am much quicker. And I am not afraid to stain my steel with the blood.
Sabia malferadaja
Tian
dargent.
greatly
and then he
approves.
just walks away. That's all
As you sort of step back, she very quickly sheaths her sword, shaking her hair out of her face.
Again, Lady Arena, I apologize for my fellow's behavior.
I may be young, I may seem... The apology does not need to come from you. I am also a bit on edge, as I have not been sleeping well these past few nights, as you can imagine. But I need to try to temper my anger, my frustration, just as your companion should watch his tongue. I would never let any man nor woman speak to me the way he presumes to.
We cannot promise that he will behave, but we can escort you as well. I mean, I guess we need some wine and some witches? I don't know. Seems
To
fitting.
come around if you spend more time with him.
No, he doesn't.
Caitlin's
When-
gonna shoot some glaring looks at Helvete.
When would you prefer we take your father to the church?
He sort of moves over to one of the windows, looking through the boards at the bit of sky. Well, based on what I am seeing, we still have 2 or 3 hours before the sun begins to set. If we can take care of him today, then we can rest here overnight and leave in the morning, if you would be so willing.
How big is Barovia? Like, out of character?
You don't know.
Well, from what how long did it take to get from, like, the entrance?
The village is...
Yeah, just the village.
Give me one moment. The village map. From the center of town, moving down to where the mansion is, only about 500 feet from the center of town to this edge of the village. The village is fairly small. You could probably make your way from the Burgomaster's mansion where you are. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. It would take no more than 10 minutes if you're carting a coffin.
Mm-hmm.
If multiple of you are carrying it, it will take about 10 minutes for you to walk from the Burgomaster's mansion to the front doors of where the church is.
Sounds good. So shall we take care of it tonight? Tian will turn to the rest of the party.
Yeah, might as well. Already wet.
Kaylin will ask. I guess she'll probably know this from her background. How long would it take to dig a 6-foot grave, per se?
Why would you know that from the background?
Two
Wouldn't
people
you like
working.
to know?
Two people digging a grave, working at a steady pace. It would take about an hour if you're working at a very fast pace. More than that, each person would cut the time down by about a third. But it could be no more than like 3 people working in the space.
So Kaylin will share that it's like, even just 2 hours is gonna cut it pretty tight for ceremonies. Just because of the time needed to dig the grave.
Well, I imagine they've done much of the ceremonies by now. Right? I mean, what more do we gotta do?
Burials have a whole another set of ceremonies and rituals.
Bless it, throw some of the holy water, and...
then what's to ensure that it won't come back?
Sometimes
Set it on fire?
family members don't know what they want to say until they get to the moment as well.
We have already said our piece and our goodbyes to our father. And preparations were made with Father Donovich at the church. We just want to see him interred in the family plot.
Okay.
Very
I
well.
think we can handle that.
We could probably do that pretty quick. Alright. Who's gonna carry the coffin? Rumari's out.
I was about to ask that.
6 strength is out of it.
I mean, Kaylin will help, but she also has a strength of 6.
Tian has a strength of 12. So that's already a little
Oh, I'm
better.
sorry. She has a strength of 8.
The old man will will decide to help. He's inspired by the fact that, he's beginning to be inspired by the other priests in the group, that they still have faith. So he's gonna go over there and help.
Chris will offer to help, but she'll make sure she says, only because I know that some of you are useless.
We appreciate your assistance, Lady Chrysadara. Oh, great and
Yeah,
benevolent
fuck you
one.
She's a noble! Like...
Alright, so Rumari and Kaylin should not carry the coffin, but I think the rest of us could do pretty well.
Rumari can stand under it and put their hands on it.
We are not coffin dancing this thing through the village of Barovia.
4 people on each side, throw it on our shoulders.
Well, if they've been getting attacked by stuff the whole time, then we should probably have 2 people who aren't carrying it to basically defend until something good happens.
I can set things on fire!
Yeah, and you can do that one-handed, right?
Oh, you said you're carrying it, yeah.
Fine. We could make a pyre too, just saying.
I don't think that's what they do here, but okay. Let's go. Are there
Although that's not a bad thought for not letting bodies return from the dead.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe a tradition worthy to think about later.
Yeah, maybe Barovia needs to rethink their traditions. But we should probably get started on that.
Hey ho, let's go!
Hey ho!
Let's go!
Alright. Dan's gonna go over and start lifting it.
Let's hoist!
Very well. Just please be careful. Do not let it fall. Please just treat it with the respect that he deserves.
Of course.
And as you all move over towards the coffin, both Irina and Ismark step up before you lift it. They each take a knee next to him and say a few words to their father. You've done everything you could to raise us properly and to guide us in the light of the morning, Lord. You have given us knowledge, you have given us a home. And I am sorry that we were not able to give you more. And they just say a few quick words after that before standing up, and you see Ismark has tears moving down the sides of his cheeks. Irina's eyes are watering, but a tear has not escaped. As they both sort of stand, straightening their shoulders, taking a deep breath and looking at each of you. Please, you have time to get there and back. Just be quick and be safe.
Kaylin will grab, she'll gather some flowers to make a small bouquet. And she'll, lead the proceeding.
Alright. So the group of you. I just need to know who are the two people that are not carrying the coffin if four of you are carrying it.
It would be Rumari and Kaylin.
Okay.
Because I think
So
they
you
don't
all-
have negative strength.
So you all gather your stuff. You gather the coffin.
Did he
It
just
wasn't
read
ours
from
this
us?
time.
You start moving. Heading towards the church, back into the rain, where everything is wet and damp. The thunder crashes overhead. It is a dismal scene at best. And as you make your way north through the village, you start moving up towards the church. Top a slight rise against the roots of the pillar stone that supports the cliff face in the castle high above in the mists stands a gray, sagging edifice of stone and wood. This church has obviously weathered the assaults of evil for centuries on end and is worn and weary. A bell tower rises toward the back, and flickering light shines through holes in the shingled roof. The rafters strain feebly against their load. You are about 100 feet out from the doors of the church.
Can we see where the cemetery would be?
You see a iron fencing that surrounds the entirety of the church itself, like connecting to the building itself.
Oh.
And it's fairly clear that the cemetery would be behind that.
Gotcha.
As we're walking, the old man kind of talks to the party and says,
Apologize for my previous behavior. It's been hard these last few hours dealing with everything that's happened and the memories it's turned up. That's all I want to say, but I'm sorry. I shouldn't be taking it out on the party. and my friends, my newfound companions.
Don't worry, Abraham. I'm finding out how I handle stress now as well.
Your faith inspires me, an old man like me, to see such a young light rising for this old setting sun.
It's always the best part.
What? Let's get some stability with that camera.
We're just resetting.
There we go.
There we go, yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yay, they're back.
There we go. Somebody dropped.
The reset
That's...
times.
Okay, there we go. Didn't even see it till now.
Without looking at Abraham, Tian will say it's less faith in the Morning Lord and more faith in what I know I have to do as a person.
Still, the heart that is true always finds the righteous path.
I certainly hope so.
You're a good person. I'm sure your path will be great. With many things ahead, you will face the trials with great bravery, I'm sure.
Bravery or stupidity?
They tend to be a fine line between each other.
Yeah. Also been finding that out the last couple days. Once we get pretty close to the front doors, Tian will try to get Kaylin's attention. And try and be like, Kaylin, could you go up to the church doors and tell the priest that we're here?
Okay, she'll go and do that then. So she'll walk up to the doors and knock, I guess.
Okay. So as you approach the front doors of the church,
Is there any bells to ring to announce your presence?
you actually notice that one of the doors is open.
Scary.
And within, you can see dim lights echoing from within, and coming from off that light, you can actually see the heavy wooden doors of the church are covered with claw marks and scarred by fire.
I didn't do it.
Are you sure?
No.
Much like the.
Hold on one moment, guys. I am having an issue. My Foundry actually just locked up on me. I'm gonna have to reset Foundry on my end real quick. It's only gonna take like a minute or two. You guys can leave the window open. As soon as it's back open, I'll let you guys know to refresh. Okay?
Technical difficulties.
It very rarely happens, but we got to do what we got to do. Just give me a second. I don't even have to fully refresh it, so just give me a second here.
Oh, here we go. A little bit of just a second
Here we go.
That actually sound pretty good.
Thank you.
Then you got the other one. I gotta get a Yoshi.
I'm not very good.
No, that one sucks. Mine's not very good.
I'm not very good at most. I'm good at accents when I try.
Yeah, that was a pretty good Russian one. Or Romanian. Thanks for the follow, Dino.
Romanian.
No,
My Russian accent is very inspired by Zarya.
Yes, it's not so hard to do Russian.
It's not so bad.
Got to sound like this, not the Russian proper. You know? Do Svardania.
Yeah.
Do Varios. Do
Tian would have a British accent, but I'm too much of a coward to do it on stream.
Anyway, stream, we're just having these difficulties. Telling you a little bit more about us. If you check out the vids below, we also do, aside from Virtual Foundry, tabletop with Rich here as the DM and all of us as players. These are all TikTok people. They all got a bunch of channels. I'm the TikTok newbie. These are all veterans. I've literally got one video.
I've been on TikTok for
One.
about a year, but I have a total of like 6 videos.
Yeah, I have one video, so yeah, that's it.
I have no life, so I have a lot of videos.
So,
All these clips are coming through, and I'm just looking at the URL on the clips. Tender, doubtful, gorilla, TF2 John.
What?
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 Orphis, Darkfoot, Energy, Cherry.
What
Be
is
slaughtered.
Courteous,
Oh my
Turd,
God.
Oh, yeah,
Tooth,
that's
TF2
fast.
John.
This one's my favorite. Faithful Spicy Jam Amp Energy Cherry.
Plump, bombastic, anise, pasta that.
oh my god. I wonder if I should start the song now. Wait, hold on, let me see if I can get that kind of working.
Gentle, polished, sriracha woofer.
Wow.
Oh my
Or I'm gonna try. to do this.
Endiful, doubtful, partridge. This is Sparta.
I'm having a quick issue right here, guys. Bear with me 1 minute. Tony, if you want, actually, during this moment, if you want to try to do the song,
Wi-Fi you can get.
since you only have to do one of them, my whole thing is actually locking up on me, and
Video
it's
chatting,
really
and
aggravating right
sharing
now.
your killer moves, all at the same time. Introducing Gig
god.
Wi-Fi.
Oh god, you.
Wi-Fi speeds over a gig, only from Xfinity.
I can get this working.
Grammarly helps make your writing clear and concise.
Oh
no
man.
matter
Steve
where you are.
relieved. Horse,
Compose a cover
keepo.
letter that stands out, thanks to flawless writing and compelling word choice. Inspire your team with a presentation free of errors in spelling, punctuation, and grammar. Impress your boss with a proposal that gets straight to
Say,
the
we
point.
are hearing a little
And
bit
be
of
sure
what
your
you're
writing
watching.
comes
I don't know
across
if the
the
stream
way
can
you
hear
intend.
that though.
I'm
That's
trying
the
to catch
problem.
them out.
Download Grammarly
Can the
today
stream
to
even
review your
hear
writing
that?
before you hit send.
Yeah, it's ads. Let's go. Hold on. That means you can kind of hear. Hold on, so they can get it. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, but I'm not recording it. Ah, I'm gonna be angry. Hold on. Ah, it's recording. Hold on. Ah, just stop it. Oh my god. You have to hear. You're gonna have to hear ads again. You're gonna have to hear ads again because I gotta get my phone to record it. Hold on.
Just a reminder that Pharrell clips all of our dumbassery.
As it should be.
To enjoy later. Who does not enjoy our dumbassery?
Somebody just yell at me when when it's all back to working, because I'm gonna watch some of these.
I watched the one where I said, like, oh, I just hear screaming souls in the mists. And I like how Kaylee said in chat, Chris, are you seeing people, like, romantically?
Well, that's what Gibby said. You were talking about that you see, or that the tavern was full, and so
Yeah.
Gibby's like, "Are you seeing people?" And so then I added the romantically. And then did you see what I said later? She talked about how there's a crow and the way it looked at her. And I was like, she's seeing the crow, obviously.
Let's see if this works. Reload application. Fingers crossed. What? Why? Why is that pop? No, go away. No,
Just to piss
go
you
away.
off.
Suddenly, I just got 5 different pop-ups warning me that Adobe Flash Player is no longer supported. I know this. We're not using Adobe Flash Player. I don't know why that's coming up.
Just so you know.
All right. Got my phone. Let the humiliation begin.
Woohoo!
Got my phone, which means I kind of can't get up too much because the phone is going to be aimed down here. Trying to think where I can put it that would still make it where I can dance and the stream can still see me. Let me move the camera so we can really get this going good here. All right, let's see if y'all can see me well here. Can't really see me dancing though. Well, for the dancing part, you'll have to see me like on on the TikTok video.
On TikTok.
That's right. You'll just hear me here and kind of see me moving my head stream. So here we go. I'm gonna humiliate myself for your pleasure. You're gonna have to hear ads again, just for a second. But then we'll be on to the Rick Astley.
Yay!
Quick
This
ads.
is the checkers game where grandson and
yes,
granddad
grandma. Grandma and grandpa.
This is the pool where Cannonball Records will be.
Oh,
located.
yes, YouTube ads.
And this is the kitchen where the new boyfriend will
If only I could
become
figure out a way to
family.
skip that.
These are the Verbo
Oh my
vacation
God.
homes waiting for you.
Oh, it's gonna
fill with
run
your
2
family.
ads too for like 30 seconds.
Your together awaits. Find it with Verbo.
Oh God, you guys are the most loyal fans ever. If you stick through this, like listening to these crappy YouTube ads for a second, thank you. Just to
Don't
listen
you
to
feel
me
loved?
sing, just to listen to me sing Rick Astley. Well, at least we got a cool WandaVision one. Oh, that was an awesome
I mean-
show, WandaVision. That is awesome, man. We've been
Rick
watching that on
Astley
Disney+.
is worth it.
He's expanding. I think something's wrong here.
All right, here we go. 10 more seconds. 10 more seconds to countdown to Rick Astley.
Then let's fight for it.
5,
Marvel Studios
4,
WandaVision now streaming on
3,
Disney Plus and
2,
upgrade to the Disney bundle for even more.
It's time for Rick Astley. Come on. It's a little wheel spinning. Let me start the recording. Here we go. Here we go. When the strangers to love, you know the rules, and so do I. Ooh, I said it too fast. And so do I. A full commitment that's thinking of. You wouldn't get this from the other guy. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Got to make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around and desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. We've known each other for so long. Your heart's been aching, but you're shy to say it. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the games of what to play. And if you ask me how I'm feeling, don't tell me you're too blind to see. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna roll around and desert you. Never gonna let you die, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. And my wig is falling off, never gonna give you, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna make you cry, Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. 80s synth music. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never gonna give, never gonna give. We've known each other
Give me
for so
five,
long. Your heart's been aching, but you're too shy to say. Inside we both know what's been going on. We know the game we're gonna play. I just wanna tell you how I'm feeling. Gotta make you understand. Give you up. Never gonna let you down. Never gonna run around, desert you. Never gonna make you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Japanese hearts, they're so cute. Never gonna give, never gonna give. Never give you cry. Never gonna say goodbye. Never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. I am terrible. How do y'all like it? Never give you up, never gonna make you cry, never gonna say goodbye, never gonna tell a lie and hurt you. Woo! All of you have perverse pleasures.
Go, Tony! Go, Tony!
All of you are truly sick human beings who get off on the pleasure, the displeasure of others. It's okay. You know, that actually made me out of breath.
Thousands of movies and
Yeah, we're going to stop the browser now so we don't hear the Prime Video commercials. Here we go.
Well, honestly, Tony, that worked because everyone can refresh Foundry now.
Yay!
All right.
See,
there.
it's Tony
Go ahead and
singing that
refresh
brought
the page.
everything
We
back.
should be good to go.
I think I'm still in here.
It seems to have worked. Wait, are you all still there?
Yeah.
Tony, you're still here? Move your mouse around real quick. I see you moving.
Yeah, I think I'm
So
still
yeah,
here.
we're good. Now that once everyone logs back in, we are good to go. I am so sorry about that chat, both for Tony singing as well as the technical issues. It honestly, on my end, it doesn't happen all that often, thankfully. But once in a while, things just lock up, and you know how computers like to fuck up at the most inopportune moments.
It's going to take a little bit to reload, but it's reloading.
Yeah, I'll be here for like a half hour.
Uh-huh.
I need more bobby pins.
Do those horns have like gold tips on them?
They do. I dry brushed them.
That's cool.
Thank you.
How did you make them? Do you have a tutorial on your TikTok?
I kind of did. Not really. It's just a cheap pair. I think they were literally like $8 on Amazon, and then I dry brushed them.
You just made them
to
look
make
nice.
them. Yes. A good ink wash and a dry brush on anything will make anything look fantastic.
That's fair. It's not on the church though. Oh no, now it is. It's just taking a little bit too.
Are we waiting for somebody or?
I'm just waiting for it to load.
All right.
Okay.
Yep, because I see Henry, Kaylee, Chris, and Tony are here.
Yeah, I probably won't be there for a while.
Okay. If you guys are okay, we're going to continue from here, though. So, who was it that stepped up to the doors of the church? Kaylin did. Very well. So, Kaylin, you step up towards the doors of the church, and you can see the light flowing from within. And what you see is this.
A gray screen.
Can't see shit.
It's loading. I see it on my side. Damn.
Wow, it's so white and bright.
Yeah. Lovely. Is this death? Again?
Did it actually not load for you guys?
It's loaded now.
It's at the
Okay.
church exterior for me.
It is a white page for me.
It
I
literally
see
just came
the
out.
interior.
Hold on one second.
And now I see the exterior.
Oh,
Preload.
wait, I have a
And now I
gray
see the
page
interior.
now. Oh, snap.
Oh shit. Oh snap, snap, spark, spark. It's time to light up the diggy diggy dark.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Everyone
Mark
takes
wants anybody who
5d10
recognizes-
psychic damage.
Was that delayed from Tony singing?
No, it was from my terrible metal rap.
So as you look in and you see that, you see the lights shimmering. The rain and thunder echoing around you.
Darkness.
I don't like it here. I'm danger.
Against the door a little bit to sort of push it open a bit more to step inside and see what's going on here.
Is he cutting out for everybody else?
I'm gonna have to refresh my whole page because it's just not doing it.
Ruh-roh.
Is it cutting out for? Am I cutting out for everyone?
And you seem like you're cutting in and out in Discord for me. Like I'm just getting bits and pieces.
See, I'm getting them okay, pretty much, and everything loaded, but
Oh,
I will.
there's a
push
picture of
you-
a castle now.
I
I have
will.
a picture of a castle.
Hey, you said you wanted someone to push the door open here. You said we walked up and the door
As
opened.
Kaylee pushes the door open
Kaylee
a
pushed.
little
Kaylee
bit
pushed. Okay.
to sort of see a little bit more inside. The candelabra are lit, and you see the place is in grave disrepair. And other than the rain and the thunder, everything seems to be silent. But suddenly, echoing from somewhere within,
I can only barely hear that.
Yeah. Let me turn it up.
you hear a voice and the sound of what sounds like a board or a door being banged against. And you hear a voice crying out, "Father, I am starving."
Hand to the no, hand.
Well then Kaylin will call into the room and she'll say, "Hello, I come with the blessings of the Morning Lord. Is there anybody here?"
As you say that, you see an old man, heavy paunch, hair all but gone, comes from within the main area of the church, stepping out into the hall to look at you. You have come to the church of the Morning Lord? How may I help you? And the man that you see is wide-eyed, very a little bit off. His eyes are bloodshot. Is it the hair that's on his head is a mess. His priestly garments are heavily stained and soiled. My name is Father Donovich. I am the priest of this church. What can I do for you?
She'll bow and say, "It's a pleasure to meet you, Father. I'm Caitlin. I'm also a follower of the Morning Lord, but I'm not here on. I'm here with other business. We came on behalf of the what was her name? Kolovich?
The name of it was Ismar Kolyanovich and Irina Kolyana.
Okay, so I guess then we'll say we came on behalf of the Lord of the town. He said that he made preparations for you to bury his father, and we've come to try to arrange for this.
You have brought
So
you have brought Kolyan Dyarovich's body. That is good.
She'll nod and say,
Yes.
"Yes, my companions are outside right now."
Yes, we have a plot out back that we can put him in. If you go around the side of the church, the gate, it is not locked. You can bring it around there, and I will meet you. And as the voice echoes from the basement, you just see him sort of like grabbing his head, tearing at his hair. Toru, for the last time, quiet. We have company. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for that. Please, just if you bring the late burgomaster around back, we will have him buried, and I will give the ceremony. But we must hurry. As he looks back through one of the cracked stained glass windows, looking at the sky, it will not be light much longer, and we should take care of this quickly. Just go around back, and I will be out there.
She'll bow and say, "Okay, we'll meet you there." And so she'll come back outside and relay the information to the rest of the group that are carrying the coffin to go around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
Which we'll do.
Yep.
Wow, we've been holding this coffin for a while. You know we're tired of our arms.
It's only been like 10 minutes.
You don't put it on your shoulder and bounce back and forth?
Old man is strong. Oh, let's head around back, as Kaylee says.
Mm-hmm. Let's get him to his final resting place.
So I guess we just hoist the coffin up and we walk around back. Is everybody in agreement, or?
Yeah, and Kaylin will open the gate for everybody to get through.
Thank you, Kaylin. I appreciate it.
Just walks. That's as the rest of the party does.
All right, and as you guys move around to the back of the church, you find yourselves in the churchyard.
Donovich's face.
After a moment or two, Father Donovich makes his way out.
Oh no, this is an actual map.
Coming back from the same gate, you see he holds a book in his hand and is holding a lantern. You have come to help the former burgomaster be buried, yes?
Of course. We've been asked by his
Good.
children.
Yes. He deserves a proper burial.
Is like
Please.
the grave already dug up?
There was a grave that I prepared for him, yes. Please follow me.
Of course.
As he starts leading you.
So everybody make
Through
their
the
way.
graveyard.
Oh no. I can't focus. So much better.
Notice that Father Donovich is very slow to move, very twitchy, walking like a man who is extremely sleep deprived.
Nobody in this goddamn country gets any sleep.
Just a bit further, we have a plot set for him. And he takes you near the back of the cemetery. And leads you to a open area of land. And he points and he says, here is the plot that was set aside for Coleon. It is sad to know that he is gone. It is sad to know that his life is over, but perhaps his son will be able to help with the village and make sure everyone is safe.
Ismark seems like a good man, but inexperienced.
He is young, yes.
As one who has had loss, it's hard. But each step and each day is a step towards possible healing with strong alliances and friends to surround you.
Yes, I would agree. But things are just so different now. Hopefully, Ismark will be able to keep the villagers from rallying again to storm the castle, because the last time a man came through the village claiming to be able to free the people and save us from the devil, my son and many other boys and girls from the village went with him, and they didn't return. Well, my boy returned, but he returned wrong, and the others, they did not. And it's just, and you see like his eyes are wild and darting all over the place as he's worrying the front of his robes. It's just not right what has happened. You didn't deserve that. I mean, my son, he was just a boy.
Abraham begins to turn away, tears starting to a little bit flow from his own eyes.
Tian will help put the casket in the grave and then straighten up and look at Donovich and ask, what happened to your boy after he came back?
Not quite right. He's still my boy, but something is wrong.
He's still alive. Nobody's done anything.
Turn up from like assisting with the grave, and she's gonna say, "Is that who I heard when I came and got you at first?"
Yes, I couldn't let him just go and do what he was doing, so I locked him in the basement. It is the only way to make sure he stayed safe and nobody hurt him. And make sure he didn't hurt anybody. He is my boy. I will always protect him. I will always love him. He is my child. My only child. He was so bright, so full of life, and now I don't know. It's anyway, my plight, my issues are not your concern.
Certainly seems
Please lower the coffin into the plot, and I will say the prayers.
I guess we'll do that.
We can talk about this later.
What are we talking about?
Nothing. We're lowering him into the grave.
Oh,
Fine.
okay.
And as you start moving the coffin towards the grave, Kaylin, let me move Donovich over here.
Where's
Kaylin, Tian, Abraham,
I don't know where
Romari without an issue.
I see me. Where are you?
Where's Sir Gwillem?
Added Sir Gwillem to the map.
How dare
I will add him in a moment. Oh, Helvete did not get moved up. That's why.
Yeah.
Whee! Here we go.
Yay! I exist.
He was hiding something, obviously.
Helvete and Chrysadara, you do not see the following, but approaching from where you all just came from, you see a man with pale grayish skin, long black hair, slowly approaching from the south as Father Donovich pulls the book out to start saying a prayer.
What
As you look
is
at him,
that?
now that he is there, and he's within the light of Donovich's lantern, you see a grayish brown skinned elf with long black hair and sharp features, wearing extremely regal black and red and purple attire with gold lining and a wolf fur cloak.
So what I'm wearing?
Yes, but much older in style, and it looks like the materials are crafted of the finest cloths.
Vintage.
Vintage.
I'm sorry, this is kind of a random question, but you said whenever we got our gear back, I got my sword back, yeah.
Yes,
it's posted in the Discord. I gave everybody emotes, so you can just emote at what items you want out of the list. I believe it's under game notes.
Yeah, and now that everyone is available for that, once you all have that listed, I'll add everything into your character sheets after this session.
I think we still need to spend some time hammering it out.
Yeah. The man looks at each of you, and he speaks. I see that I am not too late yet. I am guessing this is for the interment of the late Kolyan Indirovich. My master asked me to attend to extend his condolences And it is with my own great grief that I must say I am sorry to see the loss of an honorable man, if not a bit dim-witted. And he looks over each of you, and the words that he speaks sound genuine. But the cold, stone-like features of his face do not convey that emotion at all. And as a matter of fact, Abraham, you look into his eyes and you see the cold, uncaring stare of death looking back over the group of you.
Oh, I gotta stay calm for my party, but Abraham begins to shake a little bit noticeably. He's trying to hold back. You know, he looks at the two other clerics. This thing's
one other two.
He's remaining calm. He's kind of shaking. Something is terrible. Can I do a possible insight check to know what this guy is all about?
Give me an insight check.
Tien's just
What exactly is it you're trying to figure out?
If if he's really here to give his condolences, or if there's an ulterior motive of some kind beyond that, like information gathering or something.
This man is.
Ask,
yep, go ahead.
She's gonna ask, and who may you be working for?
Well, my master, of course, the lord of the land.
She's just gonna slowly nod.
And Abraham, this man is standing here, and he is surveying each and every one of you. It looks as if he's sizing each of you up. He carries no weapon on his person. But he is wearing armor. He reaches underneath his cloak and pulls out a heavy papered envelope with a large black wax seal upon it. This letter is for the children of the late burgomaster. I am assuming that you have brought their father here on their behalf, and you will be going back to see them shortly, yes?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
Well, if you would be so kind as to take this letter to them for my master's own condolences.
Tien will step forward and take the letter and say, "Your condolences are appreciated, but since you have completed your business in giving me this..."
And as you say that, as you reach out to grab the letter, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh no.
I think I'm good at those.
Come on, Tien.
In the meantime, Kaylin is very tense in her posture and is like lightly gripping her quarterstaff.
You step within 10 feet of this man. It sort of is hidden by the wind for a moment. But as you step up and you take that letter from his hand, you hear a cacophony of thousands of anguished screams of life being cut short. And in that moment, you steel your mind against this cacophony of tortured anguish, flooding your consciousness. And you just barely passed the save.
Yeah.
You take 9 points of psychic damage.
Well, fuck.
Releases the letter, looks at you, and gives you a smile with only his teeth that you feel like you would see on the most unrepentant murderer you would ever cross paths with. Someone that has absolutely no compassion or humanity within them. As he smiles at you, gives us a curt nod. As my business is complete, I will take my leave. And he lifts his hand, gives a flourishing bow before speaking a few mystical words, turning his back to you. And as he takes a step, suddenly, his next step is significantly farther away from you.
DM,
Yes?
I'd like to cast Detect Magic.
Scott?
Ahead.
Yes, I think.
In this moment, as he turns his back to each of you, and he starts to fade into mist for a moment before reappearing, is there anything each of you would like to do?
Tell your master thank you for the gifts.
Thank you for following, Tiny Gamer.
Tian's just frozen like, oh shit.
Kaylin would look at the father to see how he's reacting to the whole situation.
The old man just whispers, kind of.
Bogdanovich.
Oh, don't worry about it.
Has had his... Father Donovich has his head down. He is not looking. He is not interacting. He is shaking. You can actually see the book in his hand, the water droplets from the rain, as his hands are trembling. You can see the water droplets almost bouncing off the cover of the book.
Are you okay, Tian?
That was the most terrifying thing I've ever done.
Talking to that asshole?
He calls back to you as he reappears 30 feet away. Chrysadara, as you cast Detect Magic and your eyes start to glow blue, you notice that there is nothing on this man that resonates any type of magic. You are sure to remember is Rahadin if you see me again, and I'm sure you will.
Can I do an Arcana check to see what words he whispered before he disappeared and then reappeared?
You've actually seen a spell like that used before. It's a fairly basic spell. It's Misty Step.
Cool.
As he turns, says that over his shoulder, and starts walking away. Does anybody else want to do anything in regards to that?
Next time, can I have a kitty?
All the old
Lynn
man.
will not react to him walking away.
I don't react to him enough that he can hear this, but just enough for maybe the party can hear. Like, kind of like rhetorically, say in Romanian. Well, they wouldn't know. Well, that language, old Bavaria.
Barovian.
Yeah, Barovian, old Barovian. It's what's in the chat for the Twitch. Sabia me frenodaja de argent.
The hell does that mean?
Did you just assume Rahadin's passive perception?
No.
Out of character. is pretty sexy though.
It means my sword sings of silver. And then the old man kind of like grips his sword a little bit. Doesn't take it out of his, but he kind of like strokes just the hilt of the silver sword. That's it.
And as you say that, in your head, Abraham,
yes, I'm listening.
You hear Rahadin speaking to you in the same language. It's going to take more than silver to save your life here, old man.
Oh, jeez. Thank you for not killing me, Rich.
It sounded as if he whispered directly in your ear.
I know that spell.
Keon, you're standing there shaking, a letter grasped within your hand.
If Tian will allow me to, I'd like to try to take the letter from him.
Sure.
What, using any sort of, like, nobility, or anything we've encountered so far, would I recognize the seal on the letter?
You saw that seal at least once before, emblazoned on the chest, as well as the breastplate of the man that met you outside of the Durst Manor. The castle on a promontory with a raven's wings unfurled across it. You recognize this now from everything that you've heard as the symbol and seal of Strahd von Zarovich.
I assumed as much. I'm gonna say to no one, like as if I'm talking to somebody.
Chris, in your ear, you're hearing, open it.
Oh yeah, I assumed. I'm gonna open it. Break that wax seal.
Kaylin's gonna ask, what
Chris.
are you doing?
It's from Strahd. Nobody's gonna care.
But it's not to you. Do you want to anger Rahadin?
Perhaps we wait.
And as you cracked the seal, the wax with your thumbnail, do you open the letter and read it?
Mm-hmm.
The handwriting flows beautifully and flawlessly. There is not a single drop of ink out of place. There is not a single I that is not dotted, a T that is not crossed. This letter is immaculately written with extreme care. My dearest Irina, it is with the deepest grief that I learn of the death of your kind and noble father, and especially that it is affecting your young heart beyond all sensation. In this sad world of ours, sorrow eventually comes to all, and to the young, it comes with the bitterest agony, because it so often takes them unaware. Your elders, no doubt, have learned to ever expect it. I am anxious to afford some alleviation of your present distress. Perfect relief is not possible except with time. You surely realize now that you will never smile again, is this not so? And yet it is a mistake. You are sure to be happy again. To know this, which is certainly true, will make you some less miserable now. I have had experience enough to know what I say, and you need only believe it to feel your heart warm once again. The memory of your dear father, instead of an agony, will yet be a sad, sweet feeling in your heart, of a purer and holier sort than you have ever known before. Please present my kind regards to your afflicted brother, your lord, master, and love, Strahd von Zarovich.
Does Chris read that aloud, or does Chris only read that to herself?
You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I said, ew. And then she reads it to herself and says, ew. Like, this Strahd guy is got a big crush on Irina. This is gross. I'm not quite sure the right old way of saying he's simping on her.
Okay, this guy's full of red flags.
Not exactly.
He obviously did not give consent. I bet he doesn't believe in safe words either.
Right? This guy sucks.
Literally.
I think I was asking for that one. I hold the letter like this, like, ooh. And hand it back to Tian. I want this. This is... Ugh.
Is there anything else in it, or was it just that?
DM?
Just that.
Ugh. Some old nasty dude trying to get with this poor young lady. Jeez.
I wonder the story behind that. Nevertheless, let's finish burying their father.
Oh, to be clear, Chris is, like, not happy about that. Very much complaining because she's wet, she's dirty, she's angry that she's having to do hard labor. Just so we're all on the same page.
Mm-hmm.
So as you lower the body into the grave, Father Donovich sort of is staring off in the direction that Rahadin left. And he continues to do so, almost unblinking, until one of you sort of nudge him and get his attention. At which point he sort of shakes his head, rubs his eyes. Yes, okay. Let us come in. And he turns, opens the book, and starts saying a prayer to the Morning Lord, giving his oblations, and goes through the entire process whilst the rain falls and lightning crashes above. About 40 minutes later, he finishes everything he is to say. He closes the book with a snap and points to the stone slab off to the side. If you would be so kind as to lower that down, I will have some of the villagers come to lay the dirt atop it tomorrow. But it should at least be covered so the grave and the coffin itself do not fill with water and the body wash away. Again, we don't want that to happen.
Tian will go and help.
Slide.
What was that?
Slide?
Slip and slide.
Tian will go and help put the slab on. Anybody want to come help? I only have 12 strength.
Caitlin will assist with her 8 strength.
I can help.
It's heavy, but it's not unbelievably so. It's similar to the doors that were in the catacombs of the Durst's basement. It's a little unwieldy, but with a couple of you moving it, it's fairly easy to set it in place and slowly lower it. And it sits above the ground where the hole was dug. And you see the large, muddy pile of dirt that was piled behind it that will be used to fill the hole on the next day. He lowers his head. Thank you for your assistance, and if you, in your travels, if you find out anything that might be able to help with the issues afflicting those that have returned from the castle, like my son, I would greatly appreciate it. And if the rumors that I have heard are to be true about young Irina And the devil, she needs to be taken somewhere safe. I can't keep her here because well, you don't get much rest here because of my young Doru. But there's a church in Valaki, the Church of Saint Androl, and the father there, he is a very good, kind man, and she should be safe if you can get her there. But the trip is not going to be easy if she is on the road and the devil is watching for her. You may all be in grave danger doing so. But without your help, I can only imagine what will happen with her.
We had planned to take her with us west.
You're my blessing.
Thank you. May the Morning Lord's light shine on you.
He cracks a wry smile, and you see his upper teeth are... He is missing half of them on the one side, so it gives him a bit of a lopsided grin. And it's the one moment where, in all this time, where he seemed haggard and out of it, and even though his eyes are wide and he seems to be at his wit's end, when he smiles, you see the warmth and the joviality that many priests of Lathander, when dealing with young children or those new to the faith, would show. And it's that warmth and that light within him that you have seen within yourselves. And for just that one brief moment, his features soften, and you can see the man that he once was.
I promise I will keep my ear out for anything.
Thank you. Please, please. I have a small bit of wine within the church if you would like a drink to warm yourselves before. If not, I must go inside. I do not want to catch my death of cold out here.
I will regretfully have to pass on that, but I imagine my companions would enjoy it.
Why?
It is not much, but it is the least I can offer for your bravery and your honor in doing this. As he slowly walks you all back towards the church. Do you stay for a drink, or do you head back to the Burgomaster's mansion?
No, Tian will stay with the rest of the group if they all choose to stay for a drink.
Let's stay for a drink.
I agree. I will stay with the party.
That we need to be quick if we're going to stay for a drink.
Shot.
I would not imagine keeping you long as the sun does begin to set. But yes, he brings you inside, and the church is in extreme disarray. The pews are broken and shattered. There's broken stained glass. The altar itself is dirty. This church has seen better days. The 10-foot wide hallway that's 20 feet long has 2 doors on either side of it. They're all closed. And as he leads you into the main area of the church to the altar, underneath it he brings out a small bottle and a small glass. I regret that I only have the one glass right now, but here, and he pours a glass and slowly passes it around to each person that would like a drink.
Take a small sip before passing it along.
Rumari politely declines.
I'll take a drink.
I'm sure Chris would enjoy a drink.
Depends. I'm gonna inspect the bottle
What year
and see
is
what
it?
it is.
Bottle is
That's
unlabeled.
the weirdest noise that just came from Foundry.
So, Chris is going to ask, excuse me, I don't mean to sound like a snob, but, what kind of drink is this?
It's wine.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase. Is this that grape mash shit?
No, it is not.
Oh, good, because that stuff tasted like grass. I'm happy to have whatever this is.
He fills the glass once more and passes it to you.
It's even worse.
Please tell me it's not worse.
Take the drink, and it is not as bitter as the wine you were served in the Blood on the Vine Tavern. It is still middling. At its absolute best moment, it is a low to middling quality of wine. But it doesn't turn your stomach or turn your tongue the way that the purple grape mash did.
Father, I'm starving!
Each time you hear those noises coming from the basement, you see Father Donovich sort of stiffen, and at one point he's gripping the edge of the altar with his head down, and you can see all of his muscles in his hands and in his face tense and tighten, and you can see the severe anguish on his features each time he hears these cries from below.
Every time Tian hears, he just flinches a little bit.
Every time that Chris notices people flinching, she's like, what?
Oh, they can hear that!
What's wrong?
I'm so hungry!
What?
That's scary.
Terrifying.
What's wrong?
I assume that you just can't tell it from the other voices that you hear in your head.
Do you finally hear them?
No, I hear a voice.
Oh.
Who is the stealthiest of this group?
Let's not tarry long, please. I would like to get
she
back.
did ask that in front of the priest.
Maybe we should head
There's a
back
priest-
to the
there's a priest
Burgermeister's
asking it
place.
in front of two other priests.
Well, I mean, technically you have a young priest and an old priest.
I'm just wondering
Too
who would
old
be
to
the
stay.
stealthiest of the group. I'm wondering.
Are you all finished with your drinks almost?
Let's go.
All right, if everyone thinks we should go back,
towards the
then
door.
I agree with the group.
So you all turn, thanking Father Donovich for his hospitality before leaving.
Yeah, I'll assure him again that I will keep an ear out for anything that could help.
Okay. As you walk through the hall, from behind one of the doors, the voice gets much louder, and you can hear it screaming and almost sobbing.
Oh, come on, Jesus.
This is like one of those commercials. It's like, won't you help the starving children? Or will you be an asshole and walk away and not give us a fucking
What
quarter?
if a child was right in front of you?
Will you not give us a fucking quarter? Really? Not a quarter? You cheap son of a bitch. Alright, oh.
Maybe we should check this out.
I whisper that to who's the closest person to me?
Well, the group of you are together at this point, and Father Donovich has stayed over by the altar. You're a good 50, 60 feet away from him at this point.
No one thinks we should check out this sound. It's beginning to drive me insane, the screams.
Well,
Oh,
then it's a
already
good
know.
thing we're leaving.
We already know
wait.
what it is.
Wait, is it a guy
If
or
we
a girl
leave,
screaming?
it won't bother you.
It is the voice of a young man.
No, my character's asking the group.
Yeah.
Is it a guy or a girl
Okay.
screaming?
It's a young man.
Oh, okay. So you don't hear the woman. Got it.
I keep
No.
hearing a young man.
Father
And
Donovich.
remind Abraham that it's getting late and we need to make it back to the other side of the village if we're going to have a place to sleep tonight.
But it seems like they're suffering. I'm angry at the world, but yet I can't still turn away from those in need. Are you sure?
Okay, friend.
I'll trust your judgment. I'll trust your
Here's
judgment.
the choice. We either help the 2 young people who are suffering and being directly attacked by Strahd, or we help this one young man who's suffering and his dad has him locked somewhere. I think I'm going to go with the 2 that don't have any help.
All right, I'll defer to the party and go follow whatever judgment they go. That's where Abraham is going.
Abraham will follow you. All you young people obviously are better informed of the world at this time than I am.
Fuck if I know anything.
I'm old and
Come
disconnected.
on, Grandpa.
I'm old and disconnected.
What do you do?
We'll head back to Ismark's home.
Very well. You leave the church. Heading back. To the Burgomaster's mansion at the southern edge of the village of Barovia. You approach the front door and you knock, announcing your presence with Ismark on the other side. After a short questioning, he opens the door and allows you back inside. In the distance, you can hear the howl of a wolf. Shaken from your experiences at the church and the cemetery, you see the room where their father was laid. The wilted flowers have been moved all to one side, the candles have been extinguished, and there are a few small blocks of incense throughout the home that are now burning, as they seem to be trying to rid the smell of rot within the house.
Father has been put to rest with the help of Father Donovich.
I have to thank you for the great kindness you have done my family. My sister has decided to go upstairs and start packing the few things of hers that she feels she will need. She told me that her mind is made up and that if you are heading west towards Balaki, she will be going with you. If you are still okay with that.
I don't see why not. There is one more thing.
Yes.
An elf who called himself the Devil's servant came and gave his condolences, as well as a letter for you and your sister.
Letter?
Mm-hmm. And Tian will
May
hand
I see
him.
it?
Tian will hand it out, or hold it out to him.
He takes it. You see his breathing starts to pick up a little bit faster. He seems to be getting a little more agitated as he's reading over it. And then, just as quickly as he starts reading it, he just... just tearing it apart and chucks it into the hearth of the fire.
I assumed as much.
You do not let my sister know that this letter existed.
Of course.
I don't know what game the devil is playing at, but he will not lay a finger on her again. If you are taking her under your protection, you will do everything in your power to keep her safe. She is not helpless. She knows how to fight, but the devil, he has something about him. It is as if he can inflict his own will upon somebody. Do not let your guard down, even for a moment. until she is safe. Do you understand me?
Yes.
Kaylin
You have
will
my word.
chime in. Kaylin will chime in and say, if she can protect herself, then why shouldn't we at least tell her of the letter?
He does not know the full severity of what is going on, and the way he speaks, the flowery words he uses, it might give her an idea that maybe it is not so bad, but my father refused him entry into our home, refused him to see her, so he used his trickery and his strange magic to get around it, and I fear that with the way that he has already come to her twice, if he were to come to her again, she would not be strong enough to withstand it, especially if she ever read that letter.
Sure, but if she knows at least about it, then she knows what to be on guard for. Even if she doesn't read the letter, which is now in pieces on the floor and would be difficult to read anyways.
Actually, he took it and tossed it into the hearth, so it is burning.
Okay, so yeah,
currently.
burning. So
Yeah.
it's impossible for her to read the letter, but at least she can know what she's going against.
I defer to you what you think is best for her to know, but she may be headstrong, she may be brave, and she may know how to fight. But she is weaker than she used to be since those visits. And I fear for her. I trust you to do what you believe is best. She is in your care.
We will do our best to take care of her.
But for now, night is falling. Let me show you to the other rooms where you can sleep tonight. Hopefully, you will be able to sleep well. And he guides you through the manor to a few spare rooms with thick straw mattresses and blankets. The rooms are all near each other, so you're not split up throughout the house. And there's a couple of rooms that are single beds, a couple of rooms that are set up to hold 3 or 4 people. So you can position yourself however you want to sleep for the night. You will benefit from a long rest. The night will go by quietly. And when we pick up next session, we will be picking up on the next morning as you get ready to leave. Yes.
I need to roll for my thingy.
You need to roll for a wisdom save.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, for your long rest. But before you do that,
Mhm.
as you're all getting being shown the rooms, and you're sort of figuring things out, Helvete and Rumari, as you're walking with Abraham, he puts his hands out suddenly, reaching out to touch each of you. And you feel a surge of electricity course from him into each of you, as his entire body goes stiff, and he collapses to the ground, unmoving.
What the fuck?
And that's where we end the session for tonight.
So should I just do my long rest now?
Yeah, should we do the rest or no?
We will not be doing the rest at this moment. We can do it
Okay.
at the beginning of next session. But
Gotcha.
yeah, as you're getting ready to lay down for the night, Rumari and Helvete, you felt electricity surge out of Abraham's body before seizing and collapsing to the floor, unmoving and unbreathing.
Fuck!
Rip.
So,
Rest in peace.
that is where
I
the
guess we
session
gotta
will
go back
end
to the
tonight,
church.
guys. You have experienced a bit of the village of Barovia. You have met some new people. You have seen some new things and learned a bit of information about the world around you. When we convene next week, you will be making your way westward through the Svalish woods along the road. There are a few stops that you will need to make along the way, one of which apparently is the Vistani camp near the Ser Falls, ultimately leading you to the village of Valaki, a few days away. You will be traveling over foot, over land, and you do not know what you will encounter. You do not know who you will see. You do not know where you will shelter for the night if you are left outside. All things to think about, and all things that we will learn next week on The Curse of Strahd.
Next week on...
Alright, I have to bounce, guys. Thank you for a session.
Take care,
great.
on.
Bye.
With that, guys, we have shared our stories with you. You can find us on multiple social media platforms. You can find us on TikTok. You can join our Discord. Faracel, if you would be so kind as to link the Discord in the chat. We run games both through Foundry Virtual Tabletop as well as 3D Dwarven Forge Terrain. If you like the way that we play, if you like what you see, you can contact us, either myself or Tony, to run games for you. We run private games. We will also do live stream games. We have multiple sessions throughout the week of different adventures, different parties, different people, and different platforms. So make sure you give us a follow and you see what all we are up to, because it's not something you're going to want to miss.
Also, regularly check out our roleplay channel on our Discord if you're part of that.
Yes, because the roleplay channel within the Discord will actually see things that are happening off camera during downtime between party members that we did not have time to talk about on stream.
Usually the same 3 party members.
Can you put the TikTok socials up as well? Let's go ahead and put that up.
Yes, I'll put that up now.
Let's put
It's
that
cast
up.
socials, just so you know, Tony.
Yes.
It seems to be the one you can never do.
There you go, JC. Next gen, just put it up. Oh, it looks like you did. Oh, there you go. Somebody. There we go. So everybody.
So yeah, we should
call it scoliosis. Yeah.
So we should have the other 3 party members, visit that channel from time to time.
I know, right?
Yeah.
It can't just be Tian and Kaylin flirting the whole time.
I mean, it can, but we really should
yeah.
involve a little bit of Abraham, a little bit of Rumari, and a little bit of Helvete in there as well.
We love you guys.
Yeah, I need to go there more
and we will
often.
see
I didn't
you
realize
soon.
you even had that there. Yes. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down now. See y'all there. Bye bye. Bye bye.
Bye, guys.